Welcome back from tea. Okay, welcome back. If we can settle down, we've lost about 6 to 10 minutes, just coming in. Ducky Duckworth is back to join us. He was sitting nicely at the back until he made a comment in the last session to say that we want meaningful procurement reform now. So I'll leave him here. To our panelists, we've got Ducky here. If you want any kind of comfort, or somebody who will speak to you and give you any comfort, we've got Ducky here. You can touch him, and it's a duck. It's a duck. This duck has been going to conferences apparently for the past, where's Kirsten, 10 years? Oh, 2017. Okay. He's done strategy, he's seen strategy sessions, he's seen conferences. At least this is his second state capture conference. So welcome back. Without any further ado, I'm going to ask Carol Payton, who is the facilitator for this next session, on making SOEs work for the public interest, looking specifically at governance reform. Carol, you will introduce your panel at large, and we'll then take it from there. You will take us to lunch, which is scheduled to be at 1:15. If we finish early, we'll go, but I doubt. I have moved your glasses closer to you because I think when things get hot, there's a tendency to just throw the glass over and it breaks. So some organizations like Corruption Watch will be getting a bill from Barry on this. So Carol, is she here? Over to you. There she is.
Okay, great. Right. Good morning, everybody. I think, as we all know, state-owned enterprises were at the heart of the economy. They are at the heart of the economy, and they were also at the heart of state capture. This is where the big procurement budgets are, where the scope for deal-making and transactions with private companies, so that interrelationship with corporate corruption is immense, and where the big capital projects and investments get made. So the Guptas made state capture of the SOEs, capture of the SOEs, look really easy. You just subvert the boards of directors through the political appointment process, and then you've got the keys to the safe. And it looked easy because it was actually that easy. Since then, there's been a cleanup underway. So we've had, Tumamina, the New Dawn, President Ramaphosa, Minister Pravin Gordhan, who have been turning around, cleaning up the state-owned enterprises. But also, as we all know, things haven't improved, and in fact, the collapse has accelerated. So my panelists are Lumkile Monde. He's a Wits academic and economist. He's a senior lecturer at the School of Economics and Business Science, and he's from the front line. He's been chief economist at the IDC, also at Transnet, right, Lumkile? Yes, Transnet too, a while ago, long before all of this happened. And Professor Michael Sachs, who is adjunct professor at the Southern Center for Inequality Studies at Wits, where he leads the center's public economy project. He also serves as chair of the Fiscal and Finance Commission, deputy chair, and he also, by the way, is on the the Presidential State-Owned Entities Council. And he's also from the front line. He's also previously with the Treasury for many years, where he was head of the budget office. Great. So I'm going to ask them to sort of like do the talking, and we're hoping for quite a lot of audience engagement, so please feel free. Lumkile, please set the scene for us. So we've had Gordon and Ramaphosa doing the turnaround, right? Why hasn't it worked?
Maybe firstly, let me locate the process of the transition, because historically the apartheid regime had set out these SOEs for public value. So whether it was in the transport sector or energy sector, even in 1966 when P.W. Botha, then a minister of defense, started the military companies, Denel, Amsco, etc. All those were formed for purpose, for public value. So in the state of defense, it was for South Africa's securities, because they believed that there was a threat. So where things change is that these entities sourced all their funding directly from Parliament. So if it was telecoms, the Minister of Telecommunication will take the budget from the General Manager and then will go to Parliament and get the budget approved. So the state in 1994, following the growth, employment and redistribution strategy, had a huge debt problem. I'm sure Michael will talk a bit about that. And one of the issues of closing the deficit and lowering the debt was to look at where money was. So the Treasury, under Maria Ramos as the DG, basically pushed very hard for SOEs to be corporatized. So there's a huge shift. So when we came in, I joined Transnet in 1995. When you came in, were the minister, but were governed by an old act. So in 1990, by 1990, there's a flurry of these policies, the Legal Succession Act and many others, who were trying to make these institutions relevant and yet not corporatized. So Maria made us, or at least the expectation was to all get corporatized. So by being corporatized, it means the governance relationship changes. Then you're going to need a board, etc. So linking then this history to the discussions that we've been having in the past few days, Dr. Mbete yesterday, in her presentation around ministers and that they're members of parliament, and therefore, given that our constitution expects a multi, or at least in its design, is a multidisciplinary party or multi-party democracy, and therefore allows all publicly appointed representatives, members of parliament, to act in the interest of the country and the interest for public value, basically. So by changing and tweaking it and demanding from SOEs, firstly, that they pay dividend. So the first attack, in fact, before the corporatization, was how Transnet was raided by the Treasury. Transnet had restructured and had about 2.7 billion rand bonanza from the Johannesburg Consolidated Investment, JCI. And there was no way where government could get this dividend because of the old act. So in corporatization and moving forward, in fact, Transnet had to move very quickly under Professor Tega, many of you might remember her, who was the chairman of Transnet, to try and change the MMI so that Transnet, who was set up for public value, has to start paying a dividend to a government. So a huge flurry between Sakima Kozomo, the CEO, Jeff Khatebe, who had just become in 1999, the new Minister of Public Enterprises, to try and amend OMI so that this 2.7 billion could be paid back. We pushed back because we thought that 2.7 billion was going to be used to address the locomotive of Transnet, which are subject today of the China South Rail debacle. So that opportunity is lost, and then in the process, dividend goes in. The reason why I'm pointing this picture and I'm putting all this confusion that all of you are seeing is really to highlight how a government in its pursuit of access to the balance sheet of these SOEs that were profitable, that could reinvest the money, but government wanted the money, then took the money away from these institutions set for public value for a dividend to close the gap in the public funds. Then that meant piercing the veil by government, by making sure that going forward, we won't have the experience that we had with Utega. We'll make sure that the process allows the minister to have more power in how directors are appointed. By that, I mean the directors that are amenable to compromise the SOE for the benefit of government in pursuit of its own goals. This is something.
So that's the history of it, and what happened to these state-owned enterprises, why they were corporatized. And I think it's critical because it was the start of these companies being able to access private funding, do transactions themselves, and that was expected. They were expected not to depend on the fiscus, but also at the same time they still did have a public service mandate. So there was that has been a little bit of a contradiction. But if we look at now, and we know, so now we see how badly that experiment went wrong, because you appointed politicians and you said you're in charge, you appoint the boards, and these companies are going to be subject to the Companies Act, and they're going to be run for profit, and they're going to be run along business lines, and that was very badly subverted by the Jacob Zuma administration, where the crony directors were appointed, and it became really that easy to steal Transnet, to steal Eskom. If we look at the new era, the Ramaphosa Gordhan thing, why didn't they came in? They changed the people, they changed the boards, they changed the CEOs, they changed the execs. Why didn't it work, Michael?
So I think Lumkile has actually started with the answer, but didn't get to finish. No, he didn't. which is good of you, because it gives me a chance to finish. I think the reason it didn't work is that it was based on the assumption that things were going okay until state capture came along. And when state capture came along, South Africa's kind of progress towards a bright, shiny future was derailed. And therefore, all that government needed to do was to reverse the particular maladies associated with state capture, and then we would be back on this shiny path. But actually, the problems go much deeper than state capture. And state capture, one could see as probably more of an effect than a cause of the underlying problems. So I want to just give a very simple example, which is very clear and explicit about this thinking. It was thought in between 2016 and 2019 that SARS had been captured, and Tom Moyani had been appointed the Commissioner of Public Revenue, and as a result, tax revenue collapsed. But in hindsight, it's clear that that was not the problem at all. In fact, state capture had very little impact on state revenue. The reason public revenue collapsed between 2016 and 2019 had a lot to do with underlying economic fundamentals. And so we see today a clean, shiny new administration of SARS, but still state revenue is collapsing. And so clearly corruption wasn't the problem. Not that corruption isn't a problem. It is a problem, but it is not the fundamental problem. Just to link back to what Lumkile was saying, the idea behind corporatization is that public companies can be run as though they are private companies with exactly the same form of private companies. And private companies, in the structuring of private companies, there's an idea of a kind of principal-agent problem, where the principal is the shareholder and the agent is the management of the company. So in modern capitalism, you have a separation of ownership and control. And private sector governance structures are set up to overcome that problem. So the idea is if we set up a similar kind of governance structures for public companies, they would equally be able to solve these kinds of problems. But what is actually happening is a form of isomorphic mimicry, to use an academic term, which comes from nature. It's when a natural, when a flower pretends to be a female bee in order to attract male bees to come and take the pollen. Right. So here you have a form of private sector relations, but the underlying content of the relationship is completely different. And the reason it's completely different is because of the identity of the shareholder. That in the private sector, the shareholder is a person with skin in the game, a person who has put their own money on the table, and that money is at risk, and that's why they have to control the corporation. But in the government sector, it's not Praveen Gordhan's money that is on the table. It's not Cyril Ramaphosa's money on the table. It's taxpayers' money. There's a soft budget constraint, and therefore you need to think about a different kind of organizational relationship. And I would say the whole approach of corporatization and pretending that public companies can operate like private companies has essentially failed. And we need to really think outside the box about how public corporations are structured.
No, I think that's a really valuable point, and I can hear Lumkile agreeing with that. And I definitely agree with that. I think that one of the other consequences of that, treating state companies as private companies, is that you've got the soft budget. You haven't actually got the discipline of a shareholder. You haven't got the real accountability that a shareholder holds. And you have a politician who is going to call the shots. So that it's a difficult question, and I actually don't know how to solve it. But just briefly, I just want to turn to what the Zondo Commission actually recommended. So the Zondo identified the problem. He identified the problem to be it's who's on the boards. The Guptas subverted the boards. We need to now change that, how the boards are appointed, and if we change that process, we're going to set state-owned enterprises on the road to growth. So his suggestion was that there should be a standing appointment and oversight committee established, and this committee would have a retired judge, it would have the Minister of Finance, and then it would have like various people from the professions, nominated by the professions, an accountant, a lawyer, representatives of business and labour, an industry expert and an industry expert nominated by the SOE, and somebody from an anti-corruption body. Now, Lumkile, let's just look briefly at that, because that suggestion has not seen the light of day. No one's entertained it seriously. Why is that? And what do you think of that proposal?
So it's politics why it does not see the light of the day. Because how to deploy in an environment for a majority party want to deploy cadres to this institution. How do we do it when we've got these other individuals who are sitting on it? So I don't think politically it's palatable. However, I think again in our discussions yesterday, there is a sense I get, from many of the conference participants here, that we want to really make sure that Parliament plays this constitutional responsibility much stronger than it has in the past. So in doing so, we want to make sure that it becomes also accessible to us as professionals, but also to the broader public, so that when all processes of appointment go through that, particularly at board level, go through that process, then they allow us to get invited also to make questions, to ask questions in the process of appointment. So for me, it seems to me that if we're going to bring back a new constitutional framework, this might be the way to go. And it brings then back again the minister to account to Parliament and engage with their colleagues, which they don't do so much at the moment. There's more engagement with the executive because in their mind, they think they are executives, when in fact they're ministers and are supposed to be members of Parliament. So that will bring them back here, and that process will be able to have efficiencies. Even if the process might be flawed, but at least the fact that many of us can participate, it will go a long way for accountability.
So, I think they're two separate questions really, and I just blurred them into one. Why I didn't see the light of day? Yes, politics. Cabinet ministers are not going to give up on their ability to deploy in state-owned enterprise, a very valuable tool for them. But also, I don't know if it's a very practical suggestion. So you're saying that yes, it's a bit better. It's a bit better than what we've got, because there would be some sort of public process, or we could do some sort of public parliamentary process to make these board appointments. Michael, what do you think of both the Zondo Commission suggestion and the suggestion that maybe it should be Parliament that does these kind of
I think that in principle, so what happened that was terrible under the Zuma administration was the ability to appoint cronies to these boards in a very untransparent, opaque manner, and not be held accountable. And these public institutions, because they were conceived of as private institutions, were not subject to the kind of public scrutiny that you would get, for instance, when you appoint a public protector. Now so some solution to that problem, I would imagine, is low-hanging fruit that should be there. Whether you set up a new kind of institution or whether you ask Parliament to do it, I think is a secondary question. But certainly people who get appointed to the boards of Transnet or Eskom or these large public institutions, there should be some transparent public process that will not guarantee that those will be decent people. But at least it would be open and transparent.
Is that
so I think we should look at implementing the substance of Zondo's recommendation, if not the details of it.
Detail, right. Okay, so some kind of transparency. One of the things that worries me is that, these organizations, these companies, they have reached a level of sophistication that it requires a level of sophistication to run those companies and a level of knowledge that not everyone has. And I think that's particularly what has happened in this last, if we look at this last period and we look at, say, Transnet, for instance, where they came in with a clean board, with a clean management. They got actually cleared out all the other management. Assumption, they're all corrupt. So literally everybody went out on VSPs, hundreds of people. And they were left with absolutely, firstly, no capacity. And then by deploying two people, I'm talking about Portia Darby and Sizakele Mzimela, by deploying them, who were trusted, they're trusted people, they're part of us, they're part of the the ANC
The right
government,
faction.
they're part of us, you know, by appointing them because we trust them, not because they have any experience in logistics, any experience in rail. Both had neither. And how badly that has gone wrong. So taking a commitment to say, these are not corrupt people, these are not corruptible people, we know that. We put them there, but even that didn't solve the problem. And so I don't really know how we solve the problem of, you know, in a private company you have accountability to the shareholders because the shareholders have got money in the game, and so they will remove you whereas if you're the minister, you appointed them because you like them, you trust them, you want them. It took 3 years to remove them when people were telling Praveen Gordhan for the last 3 years they don't know what they're doing.
I think, Lumkile maybe will add on Transnet, which I don't know very little about. But again, I would think that the problem, for instance, with Eskom is not, it cannot be solved by appointing the right CEO and the right board. The problem with Eskom is that it is a vertically integrated monopoly presiding over a coal-based, outdated, antiquated electricity supply system. So what needs to happen is a fundamental restructuring of Eskom, which I think most people agree with. And we can argue about what's the extent of private or public ownership in that restructuring and everything. But the whole way Eskom is set up, given the underlying technological changes that it's taking place, is a disaster that cannot be solved by having a white knight appointed as a CEO, as we can clearly see. It needs a fundamental program of restructuring. Let me use another example, PRASA. PRASA was allocated between, when it was formed around 2007, 2008, and 2018-19, it was allocated 110 billion rand in capital subsidies out of the fiscus. And at the end of that 10-year period, it had no capital. Its railway lines had been stolen and it had entirely collapsed. Now, it's kind of a no-brainer that the solution to the problem in PRASA is to break up PRASA, give the Gauteng elements to be run together with the Gautrain, give the Cape Town elements to be run by somebody in Cape Town, whether it's the province or the city, and maybe, so you need a process of restructuring, which is a difficult policy reform agenda, which is difficult to carry out. It's much easier to just say, let's fix the problem of governance and leave it as it is, and the new good board of people with integrity will solve the problem. I don't think they will.
Yeah. Kila, your view on the structure, the systemic problems, the structure of these enterprises.
Yes. So in a country like South Africa, where the majority of people live under the most difficult conditions. So we have got a structural inequality in our country, with high levels of unemployment in our country. Therefore, there is a role for institutions for public value. And those institutions for public value require to be some form of subsidization. So therefore, my argument is that the historical architecture of these SOEs made a lot of sense to me, because what we had was that your profit-making public institution subsidized the public value institution. So in the case of the port monopoly, then before it was split, the Port Authority. The Port Authority is a monopoly, it just sucks in rents. And those rents then are used to subsidize public value institution. For example, a public or a commuter rail system. Because you know, this is a mass transit system, and most of the people that use it are the poorest of the poor. So the state is not burdened with that, because we're taxing someone or we're extracting rents, we use those rents to do that. So once you corporatize and your focus is on profit because you want dividends or you want these to stand on their own, you basically are moving them away for the responsibility of public value. So we lose all the public value. What remains are the profit motive that are there, and they'll go for where money is because they want to make money. So there's an issue around how you set up SOEs for public value going forward, because you also cannot rely on taxes. So there must be someone who's extracting rent somewhere, and that rent is used to subsidize. Secondly, in relation to what Michael was talking about on Eskom, at Transnet, which we've seen again in Transnet. So one of the things that South Africa is good at is policymakers jumping immediately on the same business to run them without any expertise. So we saw with Maria Ramos and her team, we saw with Brian Mulife, all these. Remember, some of these SOEs are highly capital intensive. I know that the CEO doesn't do the work, but if you understand what goes on, it's one job well done, because then you can be able to marshal the other support that makes it do good for public. So South Africa has got that very, very wrong. And the private sector also is very good at promoting this, because we've seen quite a number of Michael's colleagues, for example, who move from treasury, go straight to the bank. And this can't be right. This cannot be right. So you're creating these institutions where capture and corruption are easy to happen because of this. Or in the case of the SOEs, you bring in capability and you just incapacitate the institution because they've got leadership that's got no clue. Therefore, the economy is burdened with the problems that's got today. So we need to look at these operationally and how we use these critical resources where they're supposed to be used, so that we can make them run, so that for public value, we can be able to make a difference at the poorest of the poor. Because public institution, yes, about the broader economy, but at the end of the day, about inclusion. If we are thinking about even Eskom, as we break down, the biggest question is about what about the poor? And no one in that discussion, Michael, in the breaking down of Eskom, is talking about the poor. And we know that we come from a history of exclusion. That's why in many communities, the power is out for 3 months. People go on, they don't even go on strike because they've seen it before. They didn't have electricity. So they can sit under those worst conditions because that's what it's been. Thank you.
You know, I think that so in Transnet, interestingly, there is in the transport sector, there is exactly the same kind of big reform that is happening in Eskom, the disaggregation and dividing up the company. So that is underway, but these are massive reforms, and they take time, and they demand a lot of expertise, and we've now got a state which doesn't have that expertise, and which is running very short of money. And all of these things do need money. You know, if you want to subsidize a proper commuter rail system, the state, that should be something that is coming out of tax money, and yet at this point there's no tax money to be had for that kind of thing. You know, it's not as if what government has done since 2018, since Zondo, they haven't done nothing. They didn't just ignore the Zondo commissions. What they've done is the president in 2020, he set up a state-owned enterprises council, and that council, according to Praveen Gordhan, emerged with a proposal that these state-owned enterprises be dramatically restructured. So I'm going to ask Michael just to give us a little briefing on what is that proposal with the holding company and all of the state-owned enterprises becoming subsidiaries, and does it solve the problem? Will it work?
I don't think so. I think it is an attempt to appear to be doing something in order to avoid doing what needs to be done. Because, I mean, to be honest, I really don't understand what is the problem that this...
Maybe just explain first, what is the proposal? I don't know if everyone would be familiar.
Yeah, maybe you will explain it better than me. Yeah.
Okay. So the proposal is, the bill has been published last month. It's called the State-Owned Enterprises Bill. And the proposal is that all the commercial or strategic state-owned enterprises are taken away from their line departments and they're put under a holding company, which is run like strictly on sort of commercial management lines with professional management. And these are supposed to be then entities that can attract funding. They can go to the markets and borrow money, and they can attract investors. They could even be listed. People could buy stocks in them. Big investors could come along and buy stakes in them. There could be partnerships. So this is the vision, and I think so the solution to this political capture tendency in the bill is that, well, instead of that's what we'll do. We'll separate out the policy functions from the actual shareholder functions. So the shareholder functions will all go into the holding company, and the policy functions will stay with the Department of Transport, with Department of Energy, etc., etc. Now, that's the dream, that's the idea, and it is a well-tested model. China, Malaysia, Singapore, it's working. But in our case, what Pravin Gordhan has proposed in this bill is that the directors of this holding company are appointed by the president, and I think that's in a nutshell the proposal. And I guess because if it's a holding company, the directors of that company would then appoint the directors of all of the subsidiaries.
So the reason it makes no sense whatsoever to me is, and I think it's another example of this isomorphic mimicry, is that if you look at China, if you look at Singapore, Temasek, fine, there's a holding company, and that company holds equity. But that equity that it holds is an actual real thing that is traded in a stock market, because all of those companies are partly owned by the government, but also have shares that are publicly traded. Somewhat similar to Telkom, you might say. So if we had a whole series of companies that are similar to Telkom, which have public listings on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, that public listing is the thing that is making the company transparent and making it account to investors who again have skin in the game. And then you locate all of that equity in a holding company that is able to trade and act as the shareholder. Now, what is equity in Eskom? What does that mean? What will the holding company hold? There's nothing like equity in Eskom. There's no financial instrument that can be traded called equity in Eskom. It may be a model to move forward, and many people are proposing this, that you move towards a situation where state-owned companies, as is the case in China or Singapore, are listed on the stock exchange. And the process of preparing a state-owned company for listing on the stock exchange, again, would be a very difficult and complex process that would force you to sort out the financials, sort out the governance, and prepare that company for listing. So much so that once you arrived at that point of listing, you would have done so much work that maybe even the listing wouldn't be necessary. But instead of going down that path, you decide to establish a holding company without proposing any serious process of reforming the underlying assets that the company is holding. And so all it really amounts to, in my mind, is instead of privatizing the state-owned companies, we're privatizing the Department of Public Enterprises. And the Department of Public Enterprises now will be a private company, and that means that the salaries of the officials who work there can be market related. You can have very high paying people working there. But the basic relationship between the Department of Public Enterprises and the companies that it oversees, I don't see how it changes in any significant way.
And Lumkile, does the political dynamic change if the president appoints the directors of the holding company, rather than the line minister and the cabinet? How does that make things better?
We had a discussion again, I'm borrowing from yesterday's discussion in relation to our colleagues who were here working for prosecuting authorities. And they're very clear that, that does not create any conflict. They shared with us that, they act independently as expected by the Constitution. So I think even in that case, if the president appointed whoever, the president will allow those to act in the interest of the entity.
What if the president was Jacob Zuma?
That's another story. So going back to that other discussion, Mike, in relation to the holding company. Again, there is no lessons that have been learned, Michael, in relation to how South Africa historically had 5 big conglomerates. We had 5, many of you will remember, they're private sector conglomerates, so not public, the private sector. And embedded in them, the late Jos Casson, who researched these conglomerates and the inefficiencies embedded in them. They'll argue that they were inefficient because they're not allowed to take money outside, so that will be argument. But they have such good lessons about governance and the reason why they're to unbundle. Because when you unbundle and eventually privatize, as you're saying, Michael, then everyone who participates knows what they're buying. You know, if I'm buying, let's say, Brasa, the commuter rail part of it, I know I'm buying Brasa, but also I may not want to buy Brasa. I may want to buy the Cape Town line. So I want to buy all the Cape Town metro line because I think they're profitable. So it's very important for us not to have these ideas of agglomeration and that seem to take us backward to the old conglomerates that we had and the efficiencies and the inefficiencies and complexities that they bring. That we simplify, as Michael was saying in the case of ESCOM, that, break the thing down. Let's know who's inefficient. Let's know what price we're paying, where. And if there are problems around public value and access by the poor, then we can find solutions as to what can we do to make sure that the poor aren't marginalized and can have access. If you make conglomeration, then it brings us too many complexities and inefficiencies. So the holding company thing, I don't support in our environment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to open it for questions, and please let's try and stick to the issues. Will it work? Will this state holding company thing work? Should the president be the appointing person? Why have the state-owned enterprises failed? Judge Crickler's really shaking his head there about the president. Okay, so yeah, it's over to you. Okay, Dave. Yeah.
How can we listen to half an hour and nobody has spoken about theft? The SOEs have gone to the wall because they've been stolen blind. That's not because of incompetent boards or because they weren't listed on the stock exchange or they should have been unbundled and were bundled or whatever. It's because they were providing a living for tens of thousands of supporters of the government who were stealing for their own benefit. They will continue to do so unless you address that problem. Thank you.
So now I'm going to get Michael to respond to that in a while, because that's exactly what he was saying was not, obviously theft is a problem and corruption a problem, but it's more than that. Okay, Dave Lewis.
Yeah, I don't agree with Lumkile or Michael. I don't think I even agree with Judge Crichler. My experience of state-owned enterprises, and I've been on the board of 2 state-owned enterprises, is completely different. When I was on the board of the IDC, this was the first post-apartheid board of the IDC. The new minister, who was Trevor Manuel, in fact, at the time, appointed to the board some of his cronies, of which I was one, who knew something about industrial policy. We never managed a large company before or directed a large company before, but we knew about industrial policy. So we were the kind of public interest representatives on the board, a group of about 4 or 5 people. But also on the board was Christo Visser, Maya Khan, G.T. Ferreira, people who knew a thing or two about running a large company. So when the thing started, they looked after the money to see that we didn't bankrupt the company, and we looked after the public interest. And very soon we were both looking after the public interest and the money. And critically, the minister, who then became Alec Irwin very soon after this, didn't interfere with us. He appointed the board. We appointed the CEO. He didn't appoint the CEO. We decided the big strategic questions, as long as they were broadly in line with the mandate that he gave us. Sometimes he disagreed with our strategic decisions, like he wanted a pebble bed modular nuclear reactor. We didn't agree. It was too expensive, and we didn't think it was going to work. And so the board turned it down. And he could do nothing about it, and he did nothing about it, because we weren't, with respect, the kind of people who could be just pushed around. Certainly the Vissers and the Ferreiras weren't, but nor were the public representatives who were appointed to the board. And the same thing happened in South African Airways. When Barbara Hogan appointed the board, she appointed people from the private sector who knew a thing or two about running a company, and she appointed people who were public representatives, if you like. And it worked perfectly until Malusi Gigaba made it impossible to stay on that board. But it was a company in real crisis that the directors and the board could have sorted out. And I really don't believe the stuff about not having skin in the game. I think that's a really, really conservative notion. Of course a minister has skin in the game. I don't think he or she should be called a shareholder. I think they should be called a public representative. But they're a very high public representative of a country that is committed to serving the poor and to serving the poor and to industrial policy. I mean, that's the bizarre thing about how the public enterprises are being treated. They were potentially the key instruments of the policy that government attached its standard to, namely to industrial policy. And instead, they just screwed them up. And they did so because of the way in which they appointed the leadership of those companies. There's not any rocket science about this. The shareholder, in this case, the public representative minister, appoints the board. He or she provides the board with a mandate. The board translates that mandate into a strategy. It appoints a CEO and executives who are responsible for operationalizing that strategy. And everybody stays in their lanes. That doesn't happen anymore. You know, Pravin Gordhan he appoints the CEOs and the CFOs of the company. So they're not accountable. The CFO is not accountable to the CEO. The CEO is not accountable to the board. They're both accountable to the minister, and the boards are just there for window dressing. And for the most part, they are lousy boards. They're boards who don't know anything about running.
Okay, so Dave, tell us what the solution is. Then how do you get this? How do you get to this solution? You want to appoint like good people. How do you make sure they're good people?
The solution it lies in governance. There's no rocket science about any of the big strategic decisions that have to be taken. They weren't in South African Airways. They're not in PRASA. Boards take those kind of decisions all the time. The idea is point boards on merit, point quality boards, and then leave them to do their business. I've heard, just let me finish, I've heard a lot of good things about the new chairperson of the ESCOM board, not somebody that I have ever met or know. If he is, as he is said, I want to see how long he lasts with a minister who tells him what to do.
I also want to see how long he lasts. I also want to.
Because that's the problem, you know.
So we've got that view. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have question answer, because otherwise, so we can keep the momentum. So I'm going to get Michael Gulam. I've got you, and I've got you. I'm going to get, and got you, I'm going to get Michael to respond to Judge Krichler and to Dave first, and then we'll move on to other questions.
So, I mean, it's a variant of the very thing I was criticizing at the beginning, that we were so great in the 1990s. We all had it sewn up and we were doing things so well. And then along came Zuma and bad practices, and the ANC changed. And if only we could go back to those glory days and have Dave Lewis and Christo Wiese on the board, there wouldn't be any problem. And I think that's fundamentally blinkered and wrong, because it may be true that the idea, I mean, so part of the problem with this debate is the framing of the debate around the concept of SOCs, state-owned companies, because the IDC isn't a state-owned company. It's a development finance institution. It's done very well. DBSA is also performing quite well. The land bank has been in chaos for a very long time, and it's not clear to me that the reason the land bank is failing is because wrong people have been appointed to the board. There are fundamental underlying issues around agricultural finance that require an answer of restructuring the land bank. The same with Eskom. It's not about the board. It's there are fundamental problems in South Africa's electricity supply industry from the top to the bottom. It's got very little to do with theft. Government has constituencies it has to answer to. IDC doesn't employ workers, but in Eskom you employ a lot of workers who are members of trade unions. When the CEO of Eskom a few years ago tried to enter into tried to impose unilaterally on unions a wage settlement, he was undermined and fired by the very same government. So there are incentives that are driving these behaviors that rest on the way institutions are structured. And I'm not arguing that it wouldn't be good to have good people on boards. It's definitely important to have good people and you know, people with expertise, people with the right view, people from the private sector, from white monopoly capital sitting on the boards. Fantastic. But there are actually more fundamental problems in the restructuring of these large sectors of the economy, logistics and electricity, which are presided over by the public sector and are essentially holding back the country's development. So we need a project of reforming the institutions in those sectors. So I don't think it's theft at all. I don't agree with Justice Krichler at all. There may be theft, there may not be theft, but that is not the fundamental problem as... Okay, so the railway lines have been stolen, but not by the board of Transnet. It's not Transnet that is doing the theft. It's the theft that is emerging from society, the redistribution of those railway lines into exports or informal settlements or wherever they're going, that is the problem. So that is a very big problem that needs to be solved, yes. But the idea that things were hunky-dory until you had bad people in charge, I think is underestimates the extent of the problem and where we started. We came with Tuma Mina. We appointed decent people to the board. We appointed these great new CEOs of Transnet. 3 years later, the situation is considerably worse than it was before we started.
Great. I'm gonna take you and you first, and then we'll have a response. Thanks.
So it strikes me that the challenge facing us is to kind of bring these two views together and think the reforms together. So you have a governance problem, and I mean, Michael, I don't think you've done a good enough job to defend your view against that. But you also have a major model problem. So I think I think the view that both of you started with was the right view to begin the conversation with. There's a profound problem with the model of our state-owned enterprises, how we think about the shareholder and how they exercise that, what we want to be a strategic direction or a programmatic vision for state-owned enterprises. And that was messed up from the beginning, and I agree. So I agree that the fundamental problem of why Eskom hasn't enabled a strong economy is not a state capture problem. But we also have a state capture problem. So, analogous to the procurement challenge we're faced with, that is that we have to get procurement working strategically, and we have to make it less open to corruption. These are two intersecting problems. They feed off each other. And it's a kind of vicious cycle. So we can't fix the procurement system by having a beneficial ownership register, for example, or having open contracting, right? But we need those things. We also need to have things that actually, we take the risk and we open up procurement to become more strategic, allow for more kind of room for flexible procurement, right? And then we put the right guardrails on. Okay, so that's thinking through the strategic problem of procurement and its role in the economy in relation to, but also in tandem with, the anti-corruption and governance problem. So the same challenge faces us with state-owned enterprises, okay? We have a fundamental problem with the model. The model is not allowing us to drive the economy. And I totally agree that we can't put that all down to state capture. In fact, maybe not like even 80%, I don't know. But we do have a governance problem. So, for example, the proposals made by Zondo, I think, overemphasize the anti-corruption angle, right? So that's standing a point that the sort of makeup of that board that's proposed, that oversight committee, it's an integrity committee, really. And you can't run state-owned enterprises, you can't choose leadership of state-owned enterprises through an anti-corruption approach. You can't. So my view is that but there's some principles there for thinking about how we introduce checks and balances to address the governance problem while thinking through the complete restructure of state-owned enterprises. And I do think that I'm pushing the speakers to respond to that twin challenge and how they intersect.
Thanks. I think that was the voice of reason. Lumkile, do you want to respond?
Yeah. So I think, the questions that you're asking are very complex. Are complex in the sense that what Fine and Rastomje calls a minerals and energy complex is those relationships between private sector companies and the state in South Africa's industrialization process. Cheap black labor, cheap electricity, and huge rents coming from the mines, as well as industry. So this is the history that we have of a state that has been captured historically in the apartheid economy that I've described. So because of the history of economic exclusion of black South Africans, the entry to different sectors is very, very hard because of access to capital. So for black entrepreneurs, access to capital is still a big problem, despite Dave Lewis's attempts as a board member and others in different financing institutions. So therefore, it makes sense that black entrepreneurs are attracted to state institutions to make business. Because at least there, I know Michael works at Treasury. Michael is a comrade. Michael, if I go to him, I may have access to an opportunity.
I will help.
So what I'm saying is that, so therefore, a lot of black entrepreneurs survive on access to state institutions across all levels. So the biggest, one of the issues that are debatable around South Africa's deindustrialization process, which one of our colleagues talks to very, very well in a thesis called How We Lost Things in the Fire. The former, Nimrod Zak. So Nimrod really makes an argument that this process that I've outlined, where black entrepreneurs who don't have a history of industrialization because of our history, and therefore are faced with these build programs that we're talking about, and Zondo is talking about, of Transnet, Eskom, etc., building new infrastructure, that they're forced to go to bed with foreigners. In the process, you're destroying your own capabilities and have the problems that we have in South Africa. So what I'm saying to you that your questions are very, very important because you're talking about governance. So the argument that I'm trying to put here is that probably it's not even about governance. It's about the structure of economy. That the fact that blacks remain isolated in the mainstream of the economy, outside state entities, therefore it forces the procurement process to be the way it is, and in the process allows opportunists or rent seekers to exploit that process and leading to these complexities. So until we address the bigger structure of the economy, where black entrepreneurs have got access outside the state to the larger economy, then will limit some of these challenges that you face in our economy. I'm giving you a different argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Lumkile. Okay, Ghulam.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I think to start off, we must start off with the point that Michael Sachs made. You know, somehow Polokwane and the commodity boom, it's distracted us from the big economic problems we had. We had a labor market that was mainly semi-skilled, unskilled. We had huge seas of poverty.
I just want to interrupt and say Ghulam didn't introduce himself,
Oh,
but
sorry,
at this time he was working in the presidency as an economic advisor.
Okay, sorry. I mean, that in a sense, we need to rethink the challenges we had in '94. We still have some of those problems, like a labor market that's largely unskilled, semi-skilled, unemployment, poverty, etc. But we can't solve all that problem through procurement systems or SOEs. You must keep that at the back of our mind now. For example, just give you one example. I mean, our transport is essentially catered to help bulk exporters. They don't really privilege higher valued exporters. So that's something that Dave would have been quite thinking about around 94, 98. We keep that at the back of our mind. Don't forget that. But we now need to work out how to solve Transnet. And to solve Transnet, we need to, in a sense, move back to what was, in a sense, intended way back when Maria Ramos corporatized it. I think it may be in the interest of the state for you to just give, like they gave SAA, to give Transnet to the big exporters. Let them sort out the problem. The state can worry about regulation and things like that. At the moment, with the largely dysfunctional state, very little state capacity, we need to see how we creatively use some of the strengths that the private sector have. We know that the private sector, the essential motive is profit, but we can, in a sense, even begin to see how one can regulate that in regards to SOEs. We can say they can't make a profit higher than the treasury rate, for example, in a sense, so we can peg the amount of profit they make. We can use a similar kind of strength that the private sector have, for example, in the health system. How can we use them to manage our public health system so they run more efficiently? And we know a lot of the corruption in the private health system is around procurement. So my feeling is that maybe we need to, in a sense, same with ESCOM, let's give ESCOM to the bulk users, and then we regulate the price that ESCOM will charge to the small users, what ESCOM will charge to new entrants into manufacturing or wherever. So my feeling is that we need to look much more creatively and think out of the box to sort out the problems that we have today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ghulam. I think that, yeah, you're welcome to clap, Dave. I think that what we kind of coming to here is that we definitely had the 9 lost years, because the 9 lost years and even the last 5 lost years these problems were not looked at, and this is actually where the problems of the economy lie. You need to restructure these entities, and unfortunately now the state is restructuring them from a real point of weakness. So you say, let's bring in the private sector. Yes, the private sector are coming because there is no other option at this point. Does either of you want to respond to Ghulam?
Could I come in on that point?
No, wait. Okay, you can if it's on the same thing, you can. Okay, please introduce yourself, Riyad.
Riyad Desai, I'm here speaking as an activist, and I'm lucky I don't have problems of Karam or other people who are involved in some of the state agencies where I can speak my mind. I think the assumption you're making, Carol, is not taking into account some of the points Mkili raised about, and I think that this assumption is there's not enough money. We don't have the money. And that somehow, again, Monday and Tuesday, I was sitting with Department of Water and Sanitation officials from the National Office. The same, there's a lack of imagination. There's a lack of political imagination. Why were our SOEs corporatized in the first place was the crisis of profitability. This is the essential reasoning, you know, of the international capitalism, which South Africa is obviously doesn't exist in isolation from. So we have a situation where we think we're going to stabilize our state-owned economies by entering into a system which is deeply, intrinsically unstable. And if we listen to Judge Crickler, with all respect, and Dave Lewis, it's the donor discourse. Good governance and human rights, and we're sorted out. We don't look at the political economy, which Michael is indirectly speaking to in some vague terms. Lumkile is dealing with a bit more directly, and I think that's the problem we're faced. If we are unable to talk about wealth tax, raising corporate taxation and so on, we're always stuck in this situation where we've got a very limited fiscus and very little room to move, and as a contribution earlier made, to actually drive the economy in the direction we need to begin to. So I'm really worried about the assumptions coming from the top there, and particularly from yourself, Carol, about, you know, money,
Yes.
money.
Thanks.
It's just like iron discipline.
I'm going to let the panelists respond to all of that, but I'll also say my bit, and let me just say that I was asked by the organisers not to just be a chair, but also to participate, so this is why I'm actually participating, in case anyone thinks I'm chairing very unfairly. Just in response, I mean, my point is more that there are no other choices at this point.
There is no alternative to privatisation.
It's exactly, because if you want those trains to run, who's going to run them? And that's the point we've reached, where we're out of choices, unfortunately. That's my argument. I'm not saying it's going to be good for the country, it's going to be bad for the country, it's going to be good for the poor, it's going to be bad for the poor. I'm not making a judgment on that. I'm just saying this is where we're at. Okay.
Corruption, and the root of the corruption is this economic system.
Yeah, well, capitalism, look, are we waiting for you? We are waiting for you to overthrow capitalism, and you still haven't done it. Can you okay, can you go, Lumkile?
So, I mean, Gulam, it's fascinating what you're raising, because already we're seeing it in the mining sector, where the mines are providing water, they're providing roads, because they know if they don't do it with the state failing, they'll be the first one to be attacked, that they're stealing the water that's supposed to go to communities. So the sad part is that we're going back to where we came from. So many of you know that only in 1872, with the Natal Railways, and 1877 with the Cape Railways, which both are under private hands, that the government nationalized these assets towards the formation of what today is called Transnet. Similarly, in 1948, the dream of Van der Bijl is reached when all the generation assets of private sector of electricity are nationalized and put into Eskom, of course with some compensation. So what I'm saying to everyone is that the capabilities, if we're not developed, you need to go to where the capabilities are. And I think those that nationalize these assets I've talked about understood that the state had no capability. And I think President Ramaphosa understands that, you know, we're limited today. We cannot do a lot of things. Therefore, let's bring the private sector. So to your point, Gulam, I think the Mineral Council has to rise and address some of these issues in relation to the export lines, both the Seychelles export line and the Richards Bay export line. And that can galvanize then how we link them up to commuter in the process, but using at least those other resources to help us do that. Maybe my great-grandchildren can think about taking them back again, Rihad, to public.
Okay. Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, no, I sympathize with Carol's position. in the following sense. I'll put it in the following sense. Me and Rihad go back a long time to barricades in all kinds of places. But, tax revenue in South Africa and the whole buoyancy of the economy depends fundamentally on commodity exports. And when you reach a point where the public utility or the public company that is supposed to transport coal to export cannot transport the coal to export, you reach a point where, as Deng Xiaoping put it, it doesn't matter whether it's a black cat or a white cat as long as it catches the mouse. And so the state's back is against the wall because of fundamental political economy issues. But we're going to make it much worse if we allow ideology to come in. If the mining sector can get the coal to the ports, let the mining sector get the coal to the ports. As I said, I think part of the problem here is this category, this rubric called state-owned companies. And we're actually talking about fundamentally different things under this rubric. So I sit on the board of something called the National Health Laboratory Services. And if you look at the history of the NHLS, some people say it's the ESCOM of the public health sector. And very much the problem in the NHLS that emerged a few years ago was about the board and board appointments and theft, and all of these things emerged, and it was solved, and now the NHLS is fixed with a good, decent board and management. But there are fundamental problems that are rising up that require reforms in that sector that we need to address. Electricity, there are fundamental issues of commodification. Corporatization went together with the assumption that electricity would be a commodity that would be sold to those who can afford to pay. And instead, because of the political economy of our development, essentially electricity is being given or distributed for free. It's being distributed. Those municipalities that distribute electricity are not collecting any user charges for the electricity, including from the middle class who can afford to pay. Those municipalities that don't distribute their own electricity are not paying ESCOM for the electricity. So there's fundamental restructuring of the electricity supply industry that needs to take place. And I think we need a more 21st century debate about the relationship between the market and the state and regulations and public institutions and private institutions. You know, the biggest state-owned company, so-called in Britain, is called Transport for London. It sells a commodity which allows people to travel around the city. It's run, every single line on Transport for London is concession to the private sector. There are debates to be had, but fundamentally the system is working for a public purpose. And we need to be more, we need to come out of this box of public versus private and be more creative, maybe, as Ghulam is saying.
Great. We've only got 5 more minutes. Everyone's looking very tired, and they're like they've been defeated. Okay, there's a question.
Hi, I'm Fatima from the Ethics Institute. Listening to this conversation, and I agree completely with Sarah and with David as well, I think just talking to the piece of the puzzle that's about governance, a lot of it is about, and it's a theme that's been running through this past day and a half, it's about political will, it's about ethical leadership, and it's about accountability. Because there's very clear guidance that's sitting in King, in the sector supplements to King, about what is governance, what is accountability. In fact, one of the things that the IOD, in fact, has done is set out criteria for the appointments for boards for state-owned enterprises, worked with the DPSA, but government didn't take that seriously. So it is about taking these things seriously and growing that distance between the shareholder and the board so that the governance and the oversight can happen. And if that oversight happens, then the intention is to lead to those outcomes which brings you functional institutions. But if you're hampering the independence of the oversight body, then it's not able to do what it's meant to do. So maybe let's just get back to some of the simple things, because our legislation has really good intent. But where we're failing is on the people that we're putting in place. So even, for example, something small like the vacancy rate on boards, we leave that vacancy rate for such long periods that the boards almost render themselves non-functional. But if we fix something simple like that, get the right people who have the competency, who have the diversity of skill, then the boards can function better. And perhaps just one last point is holding our ministers accountable. So when they make bad calls and they make bad decisions in appointing wrong people, we're not that great at holding them accountable. So for me, a theme that's been running consistently since yesterday is really about the ethical leadership, the political will, and the issues of accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima. That was a very useful note to end on. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. And yeah, it's lunchtime.
A really big thank you to the panelists. I think you turned this panel. It's not lunchtime yet. I haven't sang yet. You've turned this panel on its head, and what I heard coming out was that the issue might look like governance, and not that we shouldn't sort out governance issues, but it's much deeper than that. So perhaps in some ways, the conversation is probably ahead of us. We'll fix the governance and probably come back to deal with the more fundamental issues, but the seed has been planted. Thank you very much for that. It is 10 past, and thank you for giving us 5 more minutes. I'm not sure if there were any questions online, but no.
That.
It's okay. Apologies to the people online, and at least you have the option of typing them on the chat, and we can send them to you in your respective organizations, and we can answer them in the report. But thank you very much for saving us 5 minutes, which gives us time to then go. We have an hour. Do we have an hour? We are coming back at 2:15 at 2. Ooh, thank you. It's day 2. I'm tired. We are coming back at 2 to resume on our next session. Thank you so much. It is just after 2. 2 minutes after 2. Sarah, can you just get everybody to come back in so we can start? And welcome back from lunch. It is more than a graveyard session because it's also second day, you know. So we've lost some people who've left, but we are here. We're standing strong. We had a very lovely and lively session before lunch, and we hope we can continue with that energy. But before that, Kirsten, can you just come up and tell us a little bit about the duck? Kirsten is the parent to the duck. Should I hold it?
Yes, please. So he's his own person, this duck. So if you're still wondering what the hell this duck is about, his name is Duckworth Lewis. Apparently a distant relation of Mr. David Lewis. No nepotism or anything, I promise. And he came into being when I used to work at a unit of the National Treasury. And much like the robust debates that have been going on in this room, my colleagues who I had learnt to have an intrinsic appreciation of the Constitution from and how we were working, and some who had come out of the RDP office, were kind of at each other's throats. And we had a strategic planning session coming up, and it was kind of so awkward and getting so personal that we couldn't find a facilitator. So if there's journalists in the room, this is off the record now. So our then head of budget office, who, forgive me, I haven't asked permission to tell the story, was facilitating. And it was a leadership moment because he's not a natural facilitator. So we're like, okay, he's the only one who can hold the room for this tense, robust debate amongst colleagues. And I was not managing with this stress soup of conflict. So I brought the duck, and my plan was that during the day, I was just going to move him around the room, sort of like we used to prank each other sometimes. And I thought I was being very subtle, but it wasn't. But like half an hour before, Jerome Chaskelson and Inza de Jong noticed the duck, and they just embraced the duck. And unlike me, who was sort of being subtle and moving him around the room, Inza had overweening aspirations for the duck. He was moving him closer and closer to the front of the room until eventually, bless Andrew Donaldson, he handled this so masterfully. Andrew said, Inza, would that duck like to co-facilitate? And it kind of broke the tension in our room. And from then on, he became like a little bit of a team mascot. And at that stage, a lot of us were experiencing health difficulties, and we're acutely aware of the role that we occupied and the responsibility to the public and the public purse. And a lot of things were unspoken and stressful and so on. And so I want to say that this duck is here to be like a pressure release valve. He's a great comfort duck. He functions, sometimes he moonlights as a quack. He loves facilitating. He's a good listener. And if you had your feathers ruffled earlier today, I want you to remember that it's because we feel so passionately that we fight with each other. And if you feel like your work is not being acknowledged and someone insulted you, it's because of that passion. Like Ali was saying, you know, the dog is barking because it wants to be involved. And so we need to find each other across these debates that become acrimonious. And that's what we need in our society now.
That's the duck. That's the story of the duck, people. Thank you, Kirsten. Okay, with that, we move on to our 6th session for the day on protected and encouraged whistleblowing, what needs to be done. We've got Jeff Wicks. Do we have Jeff? You are. Professor Rihanna Kasim and Shariz Thakur. I could be slow. I need the duck now. Is this facilitated? It's facilitated by yourself. The other person's online. Okay, I'm really sorry about that, for that moment. Thank you very much. So I'll hand over to you, and we'll run until about 3:30. If we finish early, that's okay as well. Thank you.
Good. Thanks. I'll try and keep us all to time. I just want to say welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here for whistleblowing, especially after, this is the second day of the conference and it's post-lunch. We've lost some members due to flights, but it's lovely to see this full room. And really, thank you for being here. And I think it's going to be a very interesting session. When we looked at the title, Protected and Encouraged Whistleblowing, what needs to be done? I was reflecting on this when I was looking at the rest of the program, and it occurred to me that of all the topics that we are discussing over these 2 days, I absolutely believe that, boiled down to what it is, corruption is a life and death issue in this country, but no more so is it so acutely a life and death issue as it relates to whistleblowing. And unfortunately, we have seen that played out in reality time and time again. In addition to other kind of detriments that whistleblowers tend to suffer generally in South Africa simply for stepping up and doing the right thing. So when we talk about protected whistleblowing, absolutely, this is 100% something that we need. But then we also go to the flip side, which is encouraged whistleblowing. And that is really the power of whistleblowing. There's a lot that is, difficult and sad, really, when you think about whistleblowing. But you also think of this great gift that people who blow the whistle give to their country for some kind of, underlying sense of right and wrong, public service. So really, we want to encourage, to not kind of make whistleblowing something that is its own thing that, only a select few on a pedestal can do. It's something that all of us can do. But in order to do that, we need to have laws in place, systems in place, and a whole host of kind of support and protection and encouragement interventions in order to make this a reality. So that is what we're going to be exploring today with our esteemed panelists. So I'll begin with Jeff, who is here with us in person. Jeff Wicks is an investigative journalist at News 24 and the joint winner of the 2021 and 2023 Taco Caper Award for Investigative Journalism. Well done, Jeff. He is the co-author of 8 Days in July, Inside the Zuma Unrest That Set South Africa Alight. And then online we have Rehana Kassim. Professor Rehana Kassim, I apologize, is the professor in the Mercantile Law Department of UNISA. She is the author and co-author of 5 scholarly books on company law and an NRF-rated researcher. Her research interests are company law and corporate governance, and her research has focused particularly on the accountability of boards of directors, delinquent directors, and whistleblowing. So we're very fortunate to have our 2 panelists here today to kick off this interesting and hopefully enlightening panel. Jeff, I'm going to give you 15 minutes to start, and then we'll move to Rehana.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It's heartening to know that I'm the only non-professor on the panel, so I'll do my best to hold the room as a lay journalist. So I think, Prof, as you alluded to, you're not a prof. There's too many profs. So, as you alluded to in your introduction, I mean, it's trite by this point to drive home the point of how important whistleblowers are in our current society and in the current status quo the country finds itself in. And I'm here to talk to you today about a story that's particularly close to me. It's the most challenging story I've ever undertaken in my career, and it's an investigation that continues today. A lot of you have heard me speak before, so I apologize if there's repetition. That's especially for you, Nishan. You've heard this many times, but I'll try to put a twist in the tail for you. you know, whistleblowing is such an important facet of our democracy, and it's grown to be such an important facet of our democracy. But I'd like to just narrate a visceral case study of a whistleblower, something we've written a lot about and something we continue to write about, and that's Babita Deokaran and her sacrifice. So Babita Deokaran was a career civil servant, and at the time that she was assassinated, she was the Chief Director of Financial Accounting at the Gauteng Department of Health. She was assassinated on the 23rd of August 2021 when gunmen pulled up alongside her vehicle and peppered the car with bullets. She was shot 12 times and she died later in hospital. What we didn't know at the time was the disclosure that she'd made. And her case is an example of a whistleblower, I would contend, even though it's a contested title. But she's someone who stood up against obvious corruption and then paid the price for it. So she was, at the time of her death, 53 years old. She was a single mother to a teenage daughter, and she obviously occupied a quite high-level post at the Gauteng Department of Health. And in that post, she had a macro view of spending and procurement across many arms of that state facility. She was someone who had always been in the civil service. She'd climbed the ranks at the Gauteng Department of Health, and she was also someone who wasn't unfamiliar with persecution. So you would remember the scandalous COVID-19, or one example of scandalous COVID-19 procurement in the height of the pandemic was when companies linked to the president's spokesperson received very luxury tenders from the Gauteng Department of Health to produce PPE. And she had been a key witness in that matter, and that was one of the first examples where she faced backlash. Those she had investigated and those she had proffered evidence against fought back against her because they were her bosses. She was demoted, she was sent away from head office to go work from a Hillbrow outpost, and she was brought up on disciplinary charges, the most salient of which was not attending a meeting at 7 a.m. on Sunday. So she underwent that and faced disciplinary action on misconduct charges, and those misconduct charges ended up falling away when all of the leadership in that department were pushed out or fired on the back of SIU recommendations. And she returned to her post. And at the time, she articulated her views on corruption in that department in WhatsApp messages to Nisha and Bolton. And she said the department is rotten. The only thing that changes is in that department when new people come in is that there's new actors coming in to loot. So that was the backdrop and the scene in which she found herself. And everything changed for her in August of 2021. On the 3rd of August, we know this because we've investigated this matter thoroughly and we managed to get our hands on her cell phone and the 60,000 Gauteng Department of Health emails. So we know that on the 3rd of August, she authored a report titled Possibly Fraudulent Payments Out of Tembisa Hospital. And she sent that report to her boss, the CFO, who's now suspended, Lorato Maggio. And in that report, she sketched a dire picture of procurement fraud, what we now know as procurement fraud, but at the time she was highly suspicious of. What she'd found was that Tembisa Hospital, which is a tertiary facility and in no way comparable with the major hospitals or state hospitals in Gauteng, had pushed through 850 million rands worth of contracts in the space of 4 months. They did this through 1,203 individual purchase orders. And what had piqued Babita's interest was the fact that these purchase orders were all just under 500,000 rand. 499,500, 488,000, all of those figures were up there. And 500,000 rand turns out to be the cap of the delegation of authority for a hospital CEO. So it was clear that something was happening at that facility. To put it in perspective, Tembisa Hospital processed over 1,200 purchase orders. All the other hospitals combined were less than a third of that figure. So that's for one hospital. She raised her concerns and said, there's something wrong at Tembisa Hospital. We need an urgent forensic investigation, and she moved to stop the payments. Several days before she was killed, she sent a message to Maggio on WhatsApp, and she said, I'm worried that the Tembisa guys will know something, will know that we're onto something if they see we've stopped their payments. We need an urgent investigation. So she articulated that again. Ms. Maggio responded to her and said, I've escalated your concerns to the HOD for an investigation. That turned out to be a lie. Her concerns were never escalated. And what happened 4 days later? She was shot outside her house as she was driving into her driveway. So we know that she had found significant issues there, and we used that as a lodestar for our investigation. And what we found was rampant syndicate activity. We found collections of politically connected individuals who made in excess of R1 billion from Tembisa Hospital in the space of 2 years. And I'm just trying to think of a vivid example, but there's so many. Some of the purchase orders related to buying 500,000 rands worth of children's skinny jeans, ages 6 to 7. Another was a 500,000 rand purchase of leather bonded wingback chairs. And that's something you'd see in a cigar lounge and not a hospital. Another one was 10,000 rand for a plastic bucket. And all of these contracts were steered to politically connected individuals, specifically Selo Sokoko, who's the Ekurhuleni ANC Treasurer General, and also to a man by the name of Hangwani Maumela, who is nephew to President Cyril Ramaphosa from a previous marriage. So what we found was an incredible extraction network across several hundred companies that had operated in some cases for many years before they were found out. And Babita's findings on, or in her report that she bumped up the chain of command, which turned out to be futile, was the first shades of that. What we took away from what we found in our investigation was that despite rigorous procurement prescripts and all the rules in terms of purchasing or state purchasing, all of that amounted to naught when the entire system was captured. When we talk about these hospital contracts, they originated at Tembisa Hospital. They originated with one person calling for these resources to be purchased. These grossly inflated purchases were approved by as many as 6 people on a bid adjudication committee. They were then rubber stamped again by the hospital CEO. And further up the line, this massive spike in spending was ignored by the Gauteng Department of Health leadership. And that is an indictment on them and their probity. So what we found was that we can have all the legislation, all the procurement prescripts available, but if they're not applied by honest individuals, all of these safeguards amount to nothing. And that's exactly what happened in Babita Deokaran's case. When we started writing about the story, we obviously put the screws to the Gauteng Department of Health and asked them what they had done to protect Babita Deokaran, firstly, and what they had done to investigate her concerns. We then found out that she was offered or afforded no protection. We found out that her concerns were never investigated fully. The forensic investigation that she called for never materialized. Instead, they ordered a random compliance audit of hospitals in the network. And that self-same audit had exactly the same findings as Babita Deokaran's report, and no investigation followed. So, why I said Babita's title as a whistleblower is contested is, I think back to a discussion I had with an official at the Department of Justice who told me that she is in no way a whistleblower. In terms of the relevant legislation as we sit today, she was an accountant. She was not a whistleblower. But she paid the ultimate price for being a whistleblower, even if the state apparatus is unwilling to call her that. So intent was the leadership of the Gauteng Department of Health at the time to ignore her findings. When they were asked questions in legislature about what they had done, the response was that Babita Deokaran had never formally escalated her concerns, despite there being a report that was sent to the Gauteng Department of Health leadership, and we've got the receipts, we have the emails. So what is urgently required is legislative reform, and we know that the wheels on this are turning slowly. My point that I'd like to make is that how many Babita Deokarans will we see whilst we prevaricate on legislation in order to ensure them protection? Because what we will find is that people will die without it. In terms of what can be done to support and encourage whistleblowing, legislation has to be there to protect them. Legislation has to be brought about urgently. As we sit here, whistleblowers are offered very little protection by the state, so they turn to civil society. So what must be done is now to support civil society. A classic example is Whistleblower House, who trudges along with an immense budgetary deficit and cannot support the whistleblowers that come to them. And it must be remembered that Whistleblower House is often the point of last resort. So these people are left out in the cold with very little. My last parting shot on how do we protect and encourage whistleblowers. We should negate the need for whistleblowers. The public service should be professionalized and filled with honest, capable individuals, because without corruption, there will be no need for whistleblowers.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you so much for keeping to time as well. Those are some very sobering thoughts that we will reflect on, and especially when we go into the questions section. I'd now like to hand over to Prof. Rahana Kassim to take the discussion forward.
Thank you very much, Cherise. Please confirm if you are able to see my slides.
Yes, we're able to see.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be given the opportunity to speak to you today on the topic of whistleblowing. Just to give you some background, as I'm sure you all know, you've discussed extensively already, but for those who don't, in 2022, the Zondo Commission made recommendations relating to the regulation of whistleblowing in South Africa. And in October last year, President Ramaphosa released his response to these recommendations. In June this year, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development released for public comment a discussion document on proposed reforms for the whistleblower protection regime in South Africa. This discussion document was released in response to the whistleblower recommendation of the Zondo Commission reports. And the focus of this talk is whether the discussion document fully addresses the recommendation of the Zondo Commission. It's important to note that there are two main pieces of legislation which regulate whistleblowing. The one is the Protected Disclosures Act, and the other is the Companies Act. The whistleblower provisions in the Companies Act apply concurrently with those in the Protected Disclosures Act. And where those provisions in the Companies Act are inconsistent with those in the Protected Disclosures Act in conflict, both of them will actually apply at the same time if this is possible without contravening the other. Insofar as it's not possible, the Companies Act prevails. So the dominant statute is therefore the Companies Act. But you can see from this that employees in corporate environments have to refer to both statutes when disclosing any wrongdoing. And this is a challenging task given the different requirements for disclosure to qualify for protection. But adding to this complexity is that in addition to the Protected Disclosures Act and the Companies Act, there are at least 9 other statutes regulating whistleblowing, some of which protect individuals in the context of whistleblowing, others which encourage whistleblowing or oblige persons in positions of authority to report wrongdoing. These statutes include the Labor Relations Act, the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, the Financial Intelligence Center Act, the National Environmental Management Act, the Pension Fund Act, and the Public Finance Management Act, just to mention a few. And this dispersed whistleblowing regulation presents a confusing web for whistleblowers to navigate and provides inconsistent protection. The complexity and vagueness, in my view, may also discourage persons from disclosing wrongdoing in their environment because of the uncertainty and inconsistency in the protection that these regulations offer. The discussion document has confined its whistleblower recommendation to enhancing solely the Protected Disclosures Act and widening the protection of this act to include persons that are not in an employer-employee relationship. While this recommendation may broaden the scope of the Protected Disclosures Act, in my view, it does not go far enough. It does not resolve the problem of whistleblowers having to navigate a confusing web of dispersed legislation, nor the problem of inconsistent protection provided for whistleblowers in the various statutes. In my view, the South African legislature must enact a consolidated and uniform legislative framework governing whistleblowing. This would entail creating one statute governing whistleblowing in the various sectors. It would also mean that the requirement to be satisfied before whistleblowers would be protected will be the same in the different sectors. This approach would bring clarity and ensure consistent protection for whistleblowers across multiple sectors. It will also make the laws regarding whistleblowing easy to understand and to rely on. The repercussions for whistleblowers in South Africa have been severe. It's clear from the reports of whistleblowers who have suffered physical harm, intimidation, loss of jobs, and even loss of career prospects. Some whistleblowers have even been murdered, as we've just heard in detail from Jeff Wicks about Babita Deokaran. And others have fled the country, such as Ethel Williams, fearing for their lives or safety. As the Zondo Commission report notes, recent events in South Africa make it the highest priority that a genuine whistleblower who reports wrongdoing should urgently receive effective protection against retaliation. The Zondo Commission recommended that whistleblowers should receive the protections afforded by Article 32.2 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. The President's response agrees with this recommendation. Note that Article 32.2 is not strictly about whistleblowers, but provides for protecting witnesses, experts, and victims who testify about corruption. Signatory states, of which South Africa is one since 2004, must establish procedures for protecting witnesses, experts, and victims. So what does the discussion document recommend in this regard? First, it recommends that the Protected Disclosures Act should permit whistleblowers to request state protection if they have reasonable cause to believe that their lives and that of their family are in danger because of the disclosure. Note, it requires the whistleblower to ask for it, and they must show they have reasonable cause to believe that they are in danger. It also suggests that whistleblowers should be included in the definition of a witness under the Witness Protection Act. Another recommendation is that persons who victimize whistleblowers under the auspices of the Protected Disclosures Act should be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 5 million rand or to imprisonment for up to 5 years or to both the fine and imprisonment. This is a laudable recommendation, but it is confined to the Protected Disclosures Act. So if a disclosure is made under the auspices of another statute regulating whistleblowing, such as the Companies Act, and a whistleblower is victimized, the proposed penalty will not apply. And this is another reason why I think that the discussion document is too narrow in focusing only on amending the Protected Disclosures Act, and why South Africa must have a consolidated legislative framework governing whistleblowing across all sectors. The discussion document also recommends that measures should be introduced under the Protected Disclosures Act to keep a protected disclosure confidential where information might identify the whistleblower, save in certain circumstances, such as where it's essential to release the information to investigate the disclosure effectively. While this is again a commendable suggestion, I think it's also important to protect the identity of whistleblowers in court proceedings. Whistleblowers should not be required to disclose their identity to a court or tribunal, or to disclose any information that is likely to lead to their identification. They should also be allowed to testify using communications technology, such as video conference. The second recommendation of the Zondo Commission is that whistleblowers should receive a percentage of the proceeds recovered on the strength of information they disclose. The President's response also suggested that whistleblowers should be rewarded a proportion of funds recovered, provided the information disclosed by them was material to recovering the funds. But disappointingly, the discussion document has not followed through on this recommendation. Instead, it recommends that a fund should be created to assist whistleblowers who have been dismissed and who face severe financial hardship in meeting their basic needs. While the fund may provide some relief to unemployed whistleblowers, in my view, this fund does not go far enough to incentivize whistleblowers in South Africa to come forward. Admittedly, it is controversial whether whistleblowers should be rewarded financially for their disclosures. On the one hand, financial awards may encourage whistleblowers to speak up about corruption and disclose high-quality information that would otherwise be difficult to obtain. An award system may also motivate companies to improve their internal whistleblowing systems and to deal more proactively with illegal behavior. And these awards would also reduce the financial risk faced by whistleblowers by offsetting costs that they incur in making the disclosure of wrongdoing and compensating them if they were to lose their job. But on the other hand, financial awards for whistleblowing raise moral and ethical concern, as well as concerns that whistleblowers would be motivated by gain rather than a desire to help expose wrongdoing. A counter-argument, in my view, is that in an environment where the level of corruption is so high, such as South Africa, the need to expose corruption should trump concerns about the ethical motives of whistleblowers. Another argument against financially rewarding whistleblowers is the awards may encourage fraudulent and malicious reporting and false allegations. To overcome this concern, I think that the legislative framework could explicitly discourage whistleblowers from such misconduct. And in any event, fraudulent reporting is a criminal offense which exposes a whistleblower to perjury charges. Given the high level of corruption, in my view, the benefits of a whistleblower award system in South Africa outweigh the possible misgivings about it. According to Transparency International, although rewards help to restore whistleblowers' situation, their main aim is to incentivize whistleblowers to come forward. As reporting rates of wrongdoing in South Africa are low, whistleblowers urgently need to be encouraged to come forward with high-quality information to curb corruption, and a whistleblower award system would provide the necessary incentive for them to do so. So how should this award system look? I don't have too much time, but just to give a broad overview, as experience in the USA shows, where whistleblower reward programs have been successfully used, they can be very effective in encouraging whistleblowers to expose wrongdoing. A reward system for whistleblowers must be designed in accordance with best practices, especially for South Africa, because if it is poorly designed and implemented, its administrative costs may be excessive and unfeasible. For South Africa's whistleblower award program to succeed, there must be fairness, transparency, and efficiency in assessing potential awards to whistleblowers. In my view, private individuals should be empowered to enforce an action on behalf of the state. Such an action is known as a key term approach. And the advantages of the key term approach are that it draws out information which is difficult and costly to access and covers for gaps in investigative capacity, but at the same time incentivizing whistleblowers to make disclosures. But the Zondo Commission and the President's response opposed the introduction of the key term approach because of potential complications that may arise when private individuals are empowered to litigate for financial reward in the state's name. They recommend that a fixed percentage of monies recovered from the disclosure should be awarded to whistleblowers, provided that the information was material to obtaining the award. Although this approach is simpler than the key term approach, its disadvantage is that it is in the discretion of the relevant agency whether to pursue the matter. And should it decide not to pursue the matter, the whistleblower would have no option to proceed with an independent enforcement action. The Zondo Commission and President's response suggests that whistleblowers should be rewarded only when money is recovered from the disclosure. In my view, contrary to this approach, amid South Africa's high corruption rate and low reporting rate of wrongdoing, South Africa's whistleblower award program should provide for whistleblowers to be rewarded for information, even if it leads to no financial recovery, but results in at least in a successful criminal prosecution or successful resolution of the matter. Awards should also be given to whistleblowers, in my view, if the disclosure prevents financial loss to institution or benefits the public interest. This approach may result in a higher reporting rate of wrongdoing. And since the size of the award is intended to serve as a motivating factor for whistleblowers to disclose wrongdoing, it should be neither too low nor trivial. Safeguards must be incorporated into the South African whistleblower program to protect against malicious reporting and false allegations by whistleblowers. South Africa should also have an independent and dedicated body authorized to conclude agreements with whistleblowers to reward their disclosures. This will ensure that the program is properly executed and will minimize delays in finalizing claims from whistleblowers. The final whistleblower recommendation of the Zondo Commission is that whistleblowers should receive immunity from criminal or civil proceedings if they made an honest disclosure of information that might otherwise render them liable to prosecution or litigation. The President's response agrees with this recommendation. The discussion document does not appear to make clear recommendation relating to the immunity of whistleblowers. Currently, whistleblowers receive civil and criminal immunity under the Protected Disclosures Act and the Companies Act for making a disclosure, but the immunity does not extend to their liability for participating in the wrongdoing that is disclosed. Although immunity to whistleblowers would encourage them to disclose information, in my view, they should not be granted blanket immunity, as this could result in abuse by whistleblowers who are involved in the wrongdoing or even planned and initiated the wrongdoing, who then decide to disclose it to avoid being criminally prosecuted or held civilly liable. I think that a whistleblower's immunity should be determined on a case-by-case basis. Where appropriate, the repercussions for the crime or civil liability should be mitigated or exempted. In conclusion, the discussion document has some commendable suggestions, but I do not think that it goes far enough in addressing the recommendations of the Zondo Commission or in encouraging and incentivizing whistleblowers. This is concerning because without adequate incentives, whistleblowers would hesitate to come forward. Given the alarming levels of corruption in South Africa, it is imperative that whistleblowers are incentivized to step forward. These proposals in the discussion document will require further development before being drafted into an amendment bill. It is hoped that once they are finalized and implemented, they will go further in protecting and rewarding whistleblowers. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kassim. I think we've had very interesting inputs here with Jeff setting the scene for a particular circumstance that we know quite a lot about, Babita Deokran's story, and then Prof. Kassim outlining, what has been done in the past year in relation to the Department of Justice's discussion document, and also very helpfully comparing that to the Zondo recommendations as well as the President's responses. So I think we've got good groundwork here for a very kind of stimulating discussion. I think I can kick off with a question or two of my own, and then I'll ask my questions, and then we'll take maybe 2 from the audience and 1 online. My question to the panelists is that when we are talking about legislative intervention or legislative change as a means to address whistleblowing problems, we kind of come up with this issue that is quite a long-term approach. Even this discussion document was quite long awaited, and moreover, you don't want to rush any legislative intervention. Then, after the law is passed, then it's regulations, and then there's, it takes time for people to actually come to grips with the legislation. Sometimes it goes then to court, and, it's going to be many, many years before these interventions in terms of the amendment of the legislative regime actually result in tangible change. So the question is there something that we can do in parallel for a more short-term benefit beyond kind of looking at, and I think even if you were to, if you're going to structure incentive system, that's also going to have to be in terms of the law. And so, barring those types of interventions, what can we do to address some of the short-term issues that whistleblowers face? I think I will then maybe take a round of questions. We can see some. We'll take one in the front here. And 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm Wendy Orr from the Anti-Corruption Coalition, and as an apartheid-era whistleblower back in 1985, there was obviously no legislation in place protecting me. But what sustained me was the support, kind of the emotional and social support that I received, largely from within the profession, but also from the anti-apartheid movement. People reached out to me and said, do you need a new job? Do you need to get out of the country? Are you feeling safe? What can we do to support you? So although I was being ostracized from the people in the district surgeon's office and the Department of Health, I was embraced by like-minded people. And that made the world of difference. I know we can't legislate for emotional and social support, but I guess this follows on your question as well, is what can we do to provide that kind of support for whistleblowers? I've spoken to some of the SARS whistleblowers, and for them, the ostracization, the marginalization, the being almost seen as pariahs, that damage was almost as bad as threats to their physical security and the financial impact.
Thanks for those insights, Wendy. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. I'm Christine Hobden from the Wits School of Governance, and I teach public service ethics there, so this is also the context to my question. I wanted to ask about the definition of the whistleblower. Jeff, I thought it was really interesting you brought up that point. And I guess I was wondering, we can look at that as just a semantic question, and people can also use it to discredit, which is certainly not the direction I'm going in. But I do wonder if we need more kind of categories or definitions to really capture the different things that were going on between whistleblowing, internal reporting, kind of just doing your job and hitting a wall that ended up in kind of raising a flag, in order to fully protect everybody and to think long term about the legislation. Because I think right now we're in a position where all three of those things kind of came about with the same result. But if we're trying to think about who are we incentivizing, who needs to be protected, do we need more, like granular definitions? And I say this also, I mentioned the teaching because I think when I talk to public servants in my context, it's very murky. And they see any kind of reporting as whistleblowing sometimes, but also whistleblowing is only things moral heroes do, that comes at extremely high costs. So trying to think through that with them is very difficult, and I wonder what the panelists think about trying to get, not just as the philosopher, but as the practical going forward, do we need clearer definitions of the different categories?
Thank you, Christine. In the back, there we go.
Hi, I'm Fatima from the Ethics Institute. I just wanted to share a little bit about the work that we're doing as part of input into the conversation. So we do the South African Business Ethics Survey, and in the survey it quite clearly shows the correlation between the culture of an organization and reporting. So in a poor ethical culture, there's more observation around unethical conduct but less reporting. And in a strong ethical culture, you find lower observances of unethical conduct but higher instances of reporting. And a lot of that goes to trust. So a lot of our public sector organizations have whistleblowing mechanisms in place. We've got the hotlines, but the problem really sits in the trust. And if we look at the public sector ethics survey, which we've done over 3 iterations, you're actually seeing a decline in the trust that public servants have in the mechanisms that are available for reporting. And when you ask them, why don't you want to report? It's about fear of victimization, it's about fear for safety, and it's about the fact that I don't trust that anything will be done about it. And so when we talk practically outside of the legislative solutions, we also need to talk practically about the culture that we create in our organizations to be conducive towards whistleblowing. So we have fantastic policies and we have fantastic mechanisms in place, but the levels of trust in these mechanisms are low. And so it's also about the leadership commitment, it's about the safety mechanisms. I mean, just listening to Jeff's narrative today, it's about saying what, and integrity is a lot about, if we say we're going to do something, we must do what we say we're going to do. And practically, it's also about having that conversation and getting people to, because it's fine. And Cynthia is here today. I mean, she can tell a story also. But it's also about recognizing that it's not easy to blow the whistle. And there's tremendous cost involved and it's not a financial cost only. And what does that actually look like? So having those conversations, getting people to appreciate what does it mean to blow the whistle? Because if we look at our language, we've shifted from anti-corruption to integrity management. And integrity management is a lot about proactive and reactive. And reactive is about saying, we'll put mechanisms in place to detect, but as employers, we may miss something. So we rely on our employees to understand that if they say something, it builds our culture. But if they don't appreciate that context, then having a fantastic hotline in place that we pay an external service provider for is not going to be utilized. I think maybe just to throw some of that practicality into the conversation.
Thank you, Fatima. David, I did also want to take an online question, if you could read one for us as well.
Sure. There's a quick comment from Karen Bota, who says whistleblowers need to include those who resign before they blow the whistle. And then a question from Tembekile Makubele. He says, do we have a reliable system for whistleblowers to report securely about corruption? With hotlines mushrooming and the country not in a position to even tell how many cases have been generated from all the hotlines in the country, you know, there's more than one can count in terms of hotlines, many of which are easily accessible by the powers that be who can access the information that goes through those hotlines. So do we have a secure system at all?
Thanks. David, maybe or do you want to respond directly to that? Okay, so maybe for the next round. Yes, no, definitely with the hotlines, that's a huge question, and Fatima has also kind of raised it within the private sector and with the public sector as well. What you see is that there's a proliferation of hotlines in places that you can report, like the Public Protector, Public Service Commission hotline, but there's no kind of back-end coordination to kind of, you know, in a systematic way, direct people towards the body that's most appropriate to deal with the complaint. So that sometimes ends up, you know, quite difficult as well. And what we've heard is that sometimes through those hotlines, the official hotlines, it gets reported to the kind of higher up in the department, and that person is often the person that is implicated in the wrongdoing. So it sometimes goes directly back to the person that is being reported, and the consequences of that are massive. So I would definitely agree that hotlines are a problem. That needs kind of a kind of dedicated focus. I think both, and I think that applies equally to the business model of these of the private sector hotlines, where people pay for a service. Same thing happens. It's no insulation. Then I think we can hand over to maybe Rahana. You can answer the questions that you've heard from. You can select whichever questions you'd like to respond to, and then Jeff, we can go to you. Rahana?
Thank you, Cherise. I'll run through the questions, give my answers, and Jeff can then give his point of view as well. On the first question about, it's a very good point that it takes a long time for the legislation to come into force and for everyone to come to grip with it. What do we do now? And as we can see, the discussion document, I don't think it's up to scratch, and I think much more work needs to be done. So one thing for me to do very urgently is physical protection of whistleblowers. You know, it's simply just incomprehensible that a whistleblower would be assassinated and shot 12 times outside her home. You know, we can't have that sort of thing. And it really does terrify people to actually blow the whistle. And some people, you want to do the right thing. I think all of us have this inner sense of justice. We want to do that, but we're too afraid. And for me, I think that if the Witness Protection Act could be amended to include whistleblowers in that category of witnesses, because currently they don't fit in there, that would help to some extent to protect whistleblowers and provide some protection for them with regard to physical protection. And it should extend even as far as their families. Having said that, I do think it's very sad that we need to go to these measures, you know, to relocate whistleblowers if necessary, just because you have blown the whistle. But for me, that is something that I think could be done quite urgently, and it means amending the Witness Protection Act, not drafting new whistleblower legislation. So hopefully that could be done fairly soon. To answer the question also on a definition of whistleblower, I think Jeff Briggs will respond to this as well. It was directed to him and was his point. We don't have a definition of whistleblower as such, but if you look at the legislation, I'm looking at the Companies Act and the Protected Disclosures Act, It says, for example, in the Companies Act, if a shareholder, a director, an employee, company secretary, and other persons who fall in the category of corporate whistleblowers disclose information relating to some or other wrongdoing by a director of the company. And the categories are very broad. The wrongdoing can relate to the company breaching a statute or some sort of discrimination, and it's got certain categories. If you do all of those things, you will get certain protections in the Companies Act. So to me, that makes you a whistleblower immediately if you fall into the relevant category, such as an employee or a shareholder, company secretary, and you disclose wrongdoing under the set categories, such as the director breaching the Companies Act or any other relevant statute to which the Act applies to a company, you will be protected. And that should immediately qualify you as a whistleblower. So I also find it difficult to understand why Babita would be accused of not being a whistleblower, because if she had done that, met those basic criteria, she would be. I think Andre de Reyter is another one who's been accused of not being a whistleblower for various reasons. But the way I look at it, if you disclose some wrongdoing, which a company, being a state-owned entity, was involved in, that immediately makes him a whistleblower. And I'd be hesitant to have a definition of a whistleblower that is too narrow, because then what would happen, everybody would try to argue you don't fit into it just to avoid giving you protection. But I think already our legislation is wide enough to include people as whistleblowers without, really being able to raise the argument that a person is not a whistleblower. Also, to make the point about, I agree that it's not only a financial cost to whistleblowing, there's all sorts of other personal repercussions. I mean, you lose your job, but apart from that, you ostracize, as we just heard. People go through depression, they suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, mental health issues, and so on. Also why I think it's very important to protect whistleblowers, but more than that, the mindset needs to change. Whistleblowers are often seen as traitors. We don't see them for the courageous people they are, who are actually rendering a service to society. We see them as traitors. And as soon as a person's a whistleblower, we ostracize them, which is wrong. We should regard them as heroes and protect them and not put them through all sorts of accusations or question whether they have motives and so on. And I think the mindset in South Africa needs to change. And I think part of the mindset is because in the apartheid days, whistleblowers were, associated with what were known as impimpies, apartheid era spies. And I think that's the first thing that needs to change in this country. They're not traitors, they're actually heroes. We need to respect that. And finally, just to answer the question about the hotlines, all companies under the company, public companies and state-owned companies under the Companies Act are required to have internal systems where employees can report whistleblowing. But many companies do not have this, or they have inefficient systems, which is why many whistleblowers will go outside hotlines or external parties or the media and report wrongdoing. And companies frown on this because they regard it as the whistleblower being disloyal. And I think one thing that needs to be done, and it actually needs to be enforced quite strongly, is to ensure that all companies at the very outset do have internal compliance systems which do work and which are efficient. So this, and also which will protect the identity of whistleblowers. Once we do that, maybe we won't have a need for so many external hotlines, and that people can deal with it inside the company at the outset. And the other problem is that often there's just no enforcement. If you do report a complaint of some sort, it doesn't always get escalated to the right person. It should nothing ever happen. It can sit there for a year or two and nothing will really happen. And that's also why I think internal compliance systems need to be quite strict with how much time a person has, the company has to respond to the complaint. The discussion document does make some recommendations regarding this and does give companies a certain period in which to respond. So hopefully some of those recommendations on the internal systems and hotlines will come into force. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kassim. Jeff?
Yes, thanks. I think if I can distill your question and Wendy's question into what do we do now? What do we do in the intervening time? I think it's a critical thing to examine. And I think what the Prof has had to say, and I think the general landscape tells us that, legislative change is required. It's required to clear up the murk around whistleblowers, but we know that this is a lengthy process. So what happens in the intervening time? And it goes back to what I said initially when I spoke, was that the status quo at present means that whistleblowers are completely ostracized. They face becoming pariahs in their communities, they lose their jobs, they become destitute, they face criminal charges, they face internal disciplinary charges, and they need a wide array of support across many different spheres. And that's where an organization like Whistleblower House becomes pivotally important, because they don't only provide physical protection, legal assistance, psychological counseling, and other services, but they are literally the only people who will do it. And, you know, whistleblowers, as we've said, they face immense persecution, and, you know, in my case study, the whistleblower was killed. But for those who have to live with the consequences of doing the right thing, people like Cynthia and people like Johan van Lochenberg, who face losing their jobs and losing their livelihoods, you know, it's a bitter pill for them to swallow, and they need someone to assist them, and the only place that they can turn, in actuality, is civil society. I think Fatima's point about trust within an organization is key. And, you know, from reading Babita Diokran's emails, we could see that when she first picked up on the spend, she went to other people in the department to just confirm that her suspicions were on the right track. And we saw these emails, and in the early stage of pursuing the story, I contacted a woman who Babita had confided in. And she said to me, everyone knows that this is happening. And I fully support what you're doing, but I can't talk to you because I'll end up like Babita. So that is the culture that exists in one government department, and I'm convinced that it's replicated elsewhere. Going back to the point about a financial reward, you know, what good is money when you're dead? And what good is that money when you face the threat of death consistently all the way up until the point money is maybe recovered? I think, in summation to this round of questioning, what is required is accountability. And this doesn't only apply to whistleblowers, but it applies across, or transcends rather, many arms of what's spoken about at this conference. It's accountability, because what Babita Diokran's case is, it's a cautionary tale. And the true damage of a lack of accountability in this matter is impossible to measure, because how many people will now see what a whistleblower was subjected to, paying the ultimate price and being murdered, and having no one brought to book. You know, we have 6 trigger men who are now in jail. We still do not know where the mastermind is. That police investigation has now gone cold. Any of the implicated officials who face disciplinary action now, that's still in progress 2.5 years later. So there is a distinct lack of accountability. And there, at this stage, is very little cause for whistleblowers to place their lives in danger, knowing that it's the right thing, but you will die because of it. You know, I asked a question to Babita Diokran's daughter. You know, do you think your mother's a hero, or do you think her sacrifice will inspire others? And you might put her answer down to just teenage naivety, but she was saying, no, people aren't going to want to come forward, and people shouldn't, because what happens is you lose a mother. And I think that's what it boils down to.
Sure. Thank you, Jeff. Those are some heavy thoughts. Okay, so I think we can go to, we'll take 2 questions. So David and then Riyadh. Then, yeah, and then also, I also wanted to acknowledge before we go on that, you know, we're very fortunate to have whistleblowers in the room with us. And so I did want to give an opportunity. I mean, thank you, Wendy. You and I haven't met, but there's other whistleblowers here like June and Cynthia, and I'd also like to give an opportunity for both of you to make any contributions and inputs that you'd like to make. So if we can start with David.
Jeff, you said that when the preferential, the protective clothing scandal broke out, there were a whole bunch of people fired from the Department of Health, I guess, and you said that they were immediately replaced by people equally crooked. Why was that? I mean, why were they not replaced by 6 Babita Diokarams? I mean, I ask that because it strikes me that this wasn't just a question of bad people or good people, but that the entire institution had been infected by corruption. It was a case of what Feroz earlier referred to as institutional corruption or systemic corruption. And the other thing that I wanted to ask is, how does one distinguish between Cynthia Stimple on the one hand and an Agreasy on the other hand? I mean, these are both whistleblowers. The one in order to save his own skin, the other in order to do the right thing. And from the perspective of giving support and protection and the like, how do you make a distinction between those two? And then to say that there's a third class of whistleblower, somebody who takes time to blow the whistle. So there was a case like this in Eskom, very senior employee in Eskom, who was the only woman in a executive suite of all men, all of whom had worked together for a very long time, a tough and intimidating bunch. She took a year or two to blow the whistle. No financial gain for her in not blowing the whistle, but just fear of the consequences and uncertainty about the extent of the whistleblowing, or whether this was corruption, or whether it was just the way things were practiced. She was treated very badly by the Eskom board. She was also treated very badly by the Zondo Commission, I thought. How do you extend your empathy to whistleblowers and your acknowledgement of the dangers of them to them, of people who just take their time longer than you think, longer than the public thinks they should have taken to blow the whistle?
Thanks, David, for those interesting questions. Riyadh?
I thought that was fascinating, that last question, because there is a duality there with whistleblowers, many of them, whether we like it or not. I think the infamous drive that the Zondo Commission in many ways was based on is one point that we have to keep in mind. In those two whistleblowers whisked out of the country, supported while they're outside of the country for a couple of years at a huge cost to a private donor. And that brings into focus, I think, the need for our own witness safety programs. And I want to know, what is the consensus around from the room, really, around the whistleblower agency, whether we should be having one or not. And I think just to turn the focus a bit inwards on filmmakers and journalists, I mean, we interviewed Philemon Ngwenya from the Freda dairy farm, a small-scale farmer. And at that time, I wasn't really that aware or alike to the issue of our responsibility. Okay, he got killed before the film came out. We're not absolutely sure whether his murder was related to the scandal there, but certainly it comes back down to the duty of care and a code of conduct and some principles we need to develop around reporting on people who we possibly can put in harm's way. And is that work being done anywhere, Jeff? And if so, where? And then finally, I think you need to blow your own whistle a bit more. Jeff, you've produced a fantastic film. Certainly I was able to see it courtesy of Defend Our Democracy, which we need to get out there and use, because it's certainly a very persuasive argument and case you're putting forward, and you're pointing fingers in very clear directions. I noticed you were a lot more careful today in your presentation than you are in your film. So thanks again, Jeff.
Thank you. If June and Cynthia, if you can each have 5 minutes to make your remarks or ask questions, and then 5 minutes for each of the panelists to respond. Thanks.
I come to these events because this is where I fuel myself. I do protest posters outside Samsung in Bryanston. And when I introduce myself, I always say I am June Bellamy. I am a Samsung whistleblower, because we have no voice. But I come here because I've been in the space for 6 years now. And I must say, very pleasingly, over the last 2 days, there are certain things that seem to be turning. And then other areas where I think we're going off on a tangent and won't necessarily be beneficial for the whistleblower. But in the context of this, what I wanted to point out is 1 or 2 things. So the question is, how do you define that whistleblower? Johan from Lochenberg has shared with me his PowerPoint presentation that he's done. And I took it, expanded on a little bit, but he breaks it down beautifully. But the fact that we're not talking about it worries me, that the judiciary doesn't have it, or do they have it and they haven't seen it and they're ignoring it? And I've also submitted myself, because one of the things which is very clear that can be utilized, that does not make a whistleblower, is time. How quickly do you whistleblow? How quickly don't you whistleblow? And I myself fall into, there's actually 4 categories that we've come up with, not 3. And I fall into all of those categories, because you don't always come up with the evidence you need very quickly. You do have to stay in there. What is your family situation? You've got your job, you've got your kids. So there's a lot of factors that the judiciary is not looking into and others aren't looking into, but time is a very clear factor and motivator. And that's why we say Agreetsi is not a whistleblower. He is a person who's turned state's witness. And for myself, that title should be removed from him. The other thing that I'd like to really press home here is something that was brought up yesterday, and that is getting rid of the rot at the top. And I've been testing this as well. The director I whistleblew against signed an NDA and is now in Philips. Another director is now in MTN. We have to stop the movement of unethical persons moving between businesses, state-owned enterprises. And you were talking yesterday about a register. We've raised this before. So I'm very pleased to hear that that is being raised and brought up. We need to have, that's why I always say, with Cynthia and Outer's case, with the delinquent director of Dudu Mayeni, you need to have those, you need to have that list. Because when I went to the CCMA, immediately you threatened with, you will become a poor performer, your ID will go onto the list, and you won't get another job. And I turned around and said, well, where's the companies list of poor companies that aren't protecting their whistleblowers? And there isn't one. So we definitely have to please get that into place. And I must just thank as well, Jeff Wicks. I very much appreciated everything that you've done, and the other journalists. And I would just very quickly like to invite Professor Kasim to contact me. I'm on LinkedIn. You'll find me there. I'd very much like to have a conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Cynthia?
Thank you very much. I want to just talk about, I'll start with the definition. Yes, the PDA does not state the definition clearly. And in the Witness Protection Act, there's no whistleblower mentioned either. And so with the discussion document, it's one of the key things that must come out, that there must be a broad definition. So Whistleblower House has come up with a very simple definition stating a person who reported wrongdoing in an organization to someone who believe that they will take action. And this is where Babita comes in. While the DOJ feels that she didn't report it, she didn't make a formal disclosure, the mere fact that she did a report and put it to her senior, believing that a senior will do something about it, makes a whistleblower. And so there shouldn't be a debate about it. I'm not going to go about the range of whistleblowers. I think we've discussed that enough. Just what solutions can we have right now that can easily work? One is that there has to be stop reprisals against whistleblowers. Harassment needs to stop. Ostracization needs to stop. That's every organization, the CEO's executive board needs to stop that. Once they get a report or disclosure, it must be investigated and based on facts. If there's no evidence, no facts to prove what they're saying, they can't take it forward. The whistleblower or the discloser or the person saying it should not be touched. And that doesn't need legislation. It can easily come into internal procedures in organizations, and that can be solved very quickly. Every organization can do that. Again, these issues must be investigated, whether you do your internal audit doing it or you get a forensic investigator to get the facts. And then I just want to talk about, and that if the whistleblower is not touched, they're already protecting the whistleblower. The mere fact that the minute the whistleblower brings a case forward, they are the ones under investigation, they are the target, and they are the ones that are being ousted. It should not happen. So if we can start turning everything on the opposite, we'll start seeing the change working effectively. And then if I may talk about Whistleblower House, please. Just to let you know, there is a huge gap. We've seen it identified by Jeff Wicks and by Professor Rahana and everyone else who's experienced it, that we've got the Act, yes. We've got many other legislations that are linked to the PDA, yet organizations don't follow that. If anyone is disclosed, they immediately attack the person, and HR plays a key role in facilitating this. So just on HR, I feel HR plays a huge role to start being mediators here. Stopping the people who follow direction from board or from executive to enact what they want. Get rid of this person, fire this person, suspend this person, and they don't play that mediator. They have a key role to start performing their role. Otherwise, they should not be human resources practitioners. What Whistleblower House has done, we've come into the space only because there's this huge gap in the market. And so the role we're playing at the moment is to have that whistleblower have access to legal assistance, because the first thing most whistleblowers that came out with Fatima is fear. You're not going to speak out because of fear. You're not going to speak out for fear of a loss of your job, your family, and how do I pay? I can't afford a lawyer. So here we're saying if you can do it safely, we'll find you the lawyer and you get the legal assistance, because there's not one person that can tell me they didn't go through trauma. We've provided legal counsel, clinical psychologist, or we're looking at other therapy for whistleblowers. The third thing we're providing is safety and security. And here, whistleblowers who find that they need safety where they're staying in their homes, we've provided an upgrade for their security. For others, we're currently partnering with an organization. It's about to launch, called Aura. We're just testing it with one whistleblower at the moment. If that works, every whistleblower will have that app on their phone, and if they just press that, an armed response will come to you immediately, whether at your vulnerable points when you're leaving your home or arriving. So that's just the little things that we're doing. And the last is providing financial support. It is small, it's not enough. It will never pay that home loan for that whistleblower. It will never pay their debt. It will never recoup help someone like Babita's daughter, who's now in matric, and how does she go forward for university fees, etc. It will never pay that, but it's something that puts food on the table. It allows people to at least keep their lights on and pay school fees for those kids that aren't in private schools. So those are the four things, and here I'm just advocating here's where business can come in and help and support these civil societies. We're not the only ones doing it. There's another organization called PLAF. Corruption Watch is in this space. Outage is in this space. Trying to think of others that support. So there's a big group of civil societies. And so if businesses, individuals can start supporting those, and then closing the net of how do we help and protect that whistleblower, will start seeing a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Panelists, I'll go to you for your 3-minute responses each, if you're able to kind of condense down. Let's start with Jeff.
Sure. I mean, to answer David's question, why were the rotten individuals not replaced with Babita Deocrans? It's sort of indicates the need to professionalize the public service. It has to start there. It has to start with appointing the right people who are capable of doing the job, whose probity is beyond reproach. And that's not what we've seen, especially in Babita Deocran's situation. She went from one set of managers who were either dismissed or jumped before they could be pushed by the SIU to a new set of managers who just perpetuated the situation. That is the genesis of the issue, or part of the genesis of the issue, that will go towards negating the need for whistleblowers. And then, how do we draw the line between a Babita Deocran and Angelo Grizzi? Personally, I'm appalled that he uses the title of whistleblower. And I think fundamentally it comes down to motivation. He's an individual who profited extensively from malfeasance at Bosasa. And for all intents and purposes, Babita Deocran's only crime was raising the flag when she saw a spike in expenditure. They are not the same, and they cannot be considered the same. I firmly believe that. And to address your question, sir, of what journalists do to protect whistleblowers, hard one to answer. We have to fall back on our journalistic principles, and source protection is paramount. And I mean, it's something that we really didn't have to navigate in this investigation because our whistleblower had already paid the price. But that said, we have had other people coming to us afterwards, inspired by her sacrifice, and saying, please, can you try and assist us? And, you know, what we say to them is that, of course, we will help you where we can, but fundamentally, we're journalists. We're not the police. We're not the National Prosecuting Authority. We're not the SIU. We have limited power in this situation, but the power we do have is to tell a story. And we take every step possible to do that responsibly and to do that in a way that doesn't compromise our sources' safety, because we know full well what's at stake. We know full well that this is a life and death game, because I've experienced that in pursuing the story. And you mentioned that I'm a bit more measured today than I was in the film. I've had to be measured for the past 18 months. I've not had a comfortable drive in the past 18 months, because the reality of this investigation is that we picked up where Babita Deocran left off, and we've created significant headaches for some very powerful people. So we're fully aware of the danger, not only faced by journalists, but faced by whistleblowers. And if I can say one last thing, it's whenever I talk about whistleblowers, I always think about Mandy Wiener's book, and she opens it with a quote from Muslim Motepu, who says that journalists win awards for their work, and whistleblowers are left with nothing. It's true. It's true. And we all collectively need to do more to protect and prop up these individuals who sacrifice so much.
Sure. Thank you, Jeff. Rehana, if you can have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. I think the questions and the comments made today were very interesting hearing from those whistleblowers and their personal experiences, and also very commendable what we've heard from Whistleblower House and other representatives who are supporting whistleblowers in many ways, not just financially, also psychologically and in other ways. But I think what is at the same time very worrying is that we actually need these groups. You know, it shouldn't be the case that whistleblowers should be in this position where the only recourse is to go to civil society groups for protection. And I think at the very outset, first of all, I think the attitude needs to change in this country. You know, whistleblowers are not traitors. And I think internal compliance systems of companies really need to be improved so that whistleblowers are able to make reports without being ostracized. And many internal compliance systems actually don't make provision for whistleblowers to remain anonymous. A lot of the time they're told, if you remain anonymous, we can't actually investigate, and we need to get evidence from you to take it forward. And then that also puts a whistleblower at risk. I think compliance systems need to change. I think whistleblowers need to be allowed to remain anonymous, not be exposed in this way. And that is perhaps a step that can be done quite easily, as someone mentioned, without going to legislative change. as a first step, keep whistleblowers anonymous. So we don't need to be looking at whether they are going to be, assassinated or anything of that sort. But until then, I think, civil society groups are going to be necessary to protect the whistleblowers. But I do hope that we do reach a point quite soon in this country where we don't treat whistleblowers as traitors and make them lose their jobs and that sort of thing. I think that whole thing, that's first of all, the mental attitude needs to change. And I think that will also go a long way in helping whistleblowers. Thank you.
Thank you, Rehana, and thank you to everyone, Jeff, Rehana, for your comments, and to all of you for your inputs into this very interesting discussion. It's clear that really a lot needs to be done fast and also over the long term to assist whistleblowers because the situation now is quite untenable. There's two things that I'd just like to mention in closing. Cynthia listed a couple of organizations working on this issue. I'm happy to say that there's a multi-stakeholder partnership called WHISPR, it's WSPR, which is these organizations coming together to kind of tackle in a kind of coordinated way issues relating to whistleblowing. It stands for Whistleblower Support Platform for Reform. Sorry, I needed to say that. And we're hoping that over time we'll be able to bring in, public sector and private sector actors as well, so that, there's a space where people can convene and try to address some of these issues as well. So I encourage you to look out for WHISPR communications and WHISPR events so that you can engage more on these issues, because I think that's the only way that we can really take it forward is if we do it together. And Jeff mentioned about investigators getting awards. Well, I'm happy to say that tonight, whistleblowers are going to be getting recognition. There's going to be a gala dinner so celebrating whistleblowers and providing some awards to whistleblowers. It's organized by Public Interest SA. So we'll be heading off there a little bit later. So it's nice to see that there's kind of a broader acknowledgement of whistleblowers, and hopefully this will kind of, give people the indication and really send the message that whistleblowers are heroes and they deserve to be celebrated. So thank you very much for your time, and wish you all the best. Let's go to the next panel.
Thank you very much to the last panel. I think contrary to popular belief that corruption is a victimless crime, we've seen in this conference that there are victims. Sometimes we talk about them in multitudes, but I think in this panel, this is when we can see the faces and the names of those victims of corruption that we've just witnessed. And Jeff, this is the second time I hear your story, and even having read about it, it just is still jarring to me that somebody had to pay such a high price, and I'm sure Babita was not the only one. We have come to the last panel of the day, and this is where civil society organizations and others, academics, are coming to talk about, so what now? This panel discussion is on politics, mobilization, and change. It's going to be facilitated by Mbongiseni. Mbongiseni, if I can call you up to come. And I'm hoping your panel is still intact. I'll call upon Nishan Bolton from Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, Tessa Dooms from Rivonia Circle. I don't think Noncedo is with us. Professor Temba Maseko from the Wits School of Government, and Tandy Matthews from Wits. So you will take us through. In Mbongiseni, this is also where I hand over as the co-host to also close. But let me also remind people that we do have an open bar, drinks later today after this session. So Mbongiseni.
Thank you, Lindy. Thank you very much to the last panel and to everybody else who's been in this discussion so far. So
Panelists, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We are standing between the people in the room and their drinks. So let's make it worth their while. We've been given an hour to have a chat about so what now? And I'm going to start with Nishan. I haven't quite figured out the order in which we're going to go. I'm going to start with Nishan because I'm not being ageist. It's just because I've seen Nishan in the room for most of the last 2 days. So we're going to start with him. But before I get to Nishan, I want to just introduce the panelists very briefly in the order in which they are sitting, starting with Nishan. Nishan is the executive director of the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, who's been an activist for a long time, from teacher unionism to civil organizing to youth activism and the formal underground of the ANC in the past. Tessa Dooms is director of the Rivonia Circle. She's trained as a sociologist and a development practitioner and a political analyst. And she's worked in government, she's worked in NGOs and in the private sector. Professor Themba Masego is head of the Wits School of Governance. Many of you will know him from his previous lives. Director General in the past of the Department of Public Works and of the Department of Public Service and Administration. But most famously or infamously, I don't know which one it is, he was CEO of GCIS, who was unceremoniously removed, as most of you know. So those, and then of course, closest to me is Thandi Matthews. Thandi is an attorney and an academic who works in law and human rights. Currently, she's completing a PhD on the relationship between constitutionalism, socio-economic rights, and social policy to address systemic inequalities in South Africa. So Nishan, let me start with an easy question for you. Where are you landing after being in this conversation for the last couple of days? Where are we and how do we go forward?
You know, two things. One, I listened to the presentation of the presidency. And I thought we were very gentle, because here was a report from the highest office in the land, prepared on its own, monitored by itself, accounting by itself, in the most uncritical fashion. And I really thought that was a huge missed opportunity not to have interrogated that, the assumptions of that report, the premise on which it was prepared, and the limited scope. Because whilst it was responding to the Zondo Commission, it didn't respond to the fact that state capture has moved beyond the perimeters of the Zondo Commission, but spreads to almost every structure of government across the country today. And I think that that's a huge missed opportunity from ourselves here. But I think the second thing, I asked myself, what would we do here today if Mosebenzi Zwane, Ace Magashule, and others had registered for this conference and had come in and had sat here? What would we do? I don't think we know what to do. And I tell you why. Yet Des van Rooyen gets appointed to a board in the Gauteng provincial government. And we're almost all quiet. We're quiet. We listen to the MEC saying, well, they're not guilty. They haven't been charged. So, and they've got some qualifications, and whatever Zondo said doesn't matter. Now, I think of any staff in those entities that has to now go before these characters and go and talk about good governance. So I think we have been very placid, we've been very respectful, but I think civil society as a whole has lost its anger on the issue of state capture and corruption. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean. We've been blasted, you say, and I'm hoping we'll get some fire from Tandy and from Tessa. But before I come to the two of you, Temba, I want to come to you next. You see, I'm working out the order in which I'm going as we go along. And I want to come to you also I think to pick up on what Nishan has said, which is that, and we've heard this throughout this conference, the way it was put here, by somebody yesterday was that corruption, state capture, always morphs. But also, I think our response, as Nishan is telling us, has also morphed. It has been changing. He says we've arrived at a place where we're placid. From where you are sitting, and I don't presume you've been part of the discussions or following the proceedings for the last 2 days, so you're coming in fresh in some ways. But from where you're sitting, in terms of where we've got to in our response to state capture, what's your take?
Okay, let me say, if you're going by age, I should have gone before Nishan in this conversation.
I did say I'm not ageist.
No, look, I would share the sentiment that civil society, although it has played quite a vital role in the fight against state capture, and in fact, by civil society, one would include the media playing a key role in terms of mobilizing or informing society about state capture and the damage it is causing to society and the psyche of our society. And I think that role will remain in the minds of many of us who lived through that period. My concern is that clearly the state is dragging its feet in terms of implementing the recommendations of the Zondo Commission, largely because many of the decision makers who are supposed to be responsible for implementing those recommendations are themselves somehow implicated in that report. So it is not surprising that, in fact, the pace of implementing those recommendations is as slow as it is. But I think that civil society, as I said, played a vital role in the past, and I think it still can play an important role, most importantly in terms of mobilizing society. My worry is that there are a lot of conversations such as these ones, where we talk about what needs to be done to make sure that the recommendations are implemented. But a lot of our conversations tend to be amongst ourselves as people who know what's happening. People have some ideas about what needs to be done, but we're leaving our citizens behind in those conversations. And I said in the conference, I think it was last year or year before, it is absolutely vital that we keep our citizens informed. And I'm talking about ordinary people now in the townships, in the suburbs, and make sure that the conversations about corruption, the need to fight against corruption and implementation of the Zondo Commission, it's a conversation that also needs to involve ordinary citizens. And I think that the people who can lead that conversation in our communities are yourselves, civil society. I think you have a vital role to play in terms of mobilizing society and making sure that we keep society informed about what is or what is not happening or what government is not doing as far as the recommendations of the Zondo Commission are concerned. But can I just add on and just say some of the points that I think are quite vital in talking about this. So mobilizing society, making sure that society is informed about what's happening and what is not happening about the recommendations. In other words, finding ways of making sure that we continue to put pressure on the state to implement these recommendations. The reason why there's slow movement is because the state is not feeling the citizens, putting pressure on them to make sure that they act. Secondly, civil society, I think we also have an important role to play in terms of making sure that we begin to influence policy decisions that are being made by the state. And I was pleased talking to some people in the Department of Justice who said that a lot of civil society organizations have made submissions on the new recommendations about how the whole whistleblower legislation needs to be amended. So it's clear that, in fact, as civil society, we're already thinking about policy issues, but I think that we need to make sure that we make those submissions not quietly to the state, but also begin to inform society about what we're doing. And as I said, thirdly, we need to create platforms such as these ones in communities, because it's fine for us to sit as activists, but at the end of the day, we need to reach out to communities out there. But you also have an important role to play. Cynthia has already indicated about the kind of support that you can do as civil society. It's not your primary responsibility, but civil society can play an important role to make sure that you support those heroes, the whistleblowers, in various ways. These include providing psychosocial support, not just to whistleblowers themselves, but also to their families. It's already been mentioned that we need to provide support, financial support. Somehow, models still need to be worked out about how this is provided. There's security support required. The whistleblower house is already doing that. But there's also legal support that needs to be provided to whistleblowers. But we also need to talk about professional bodies who I consider as part of civil society, that we need to put pressure on these professional bodies, your accounting organizations, legal organizations, and other institutions, to make sure that, in fact, they act against their own members who were implicated in state capture. Not enough is being done. Some associations are starting to act against their members who are implicated in state capture. But we also need to make sure that they also contribute in the conversation about strengthening the regulatory framework to make sure that we prevent instances of state capture in the future. They must also make sure that they provide ethics education to their members as professionals, because state capture would not have been possible if professionals working in consulting firms, in law firms, accounting firms were not supporting the state capturers, so to speak. So I think that's an important role that civil society can play. But yes, I think that the pace is slow. Much more pressure needs to be put on the state to make sure that recommendations are implemented.
Thank you. So the state is not feeling the pressure. We need forums in communities. And let me come to you, Tessa, because I know that that element, that thread that Themba has put to us, is something that you at the Rivonia Circle, you in your own work are taking quite seriously. I know Nishan, of course, Kathrada Foundation, Defend Our Democracy. That's also something that you're taking quite seriously. So what do those conversations look like, Tessa? Let's use that as a jumping off point and then add whatever else that you had prepared.
Yeah. So what do those conversations look like, or what should they look like? I think are different questions. What they do look like right now in terms of conversations, amongst communities of people living, we're all living our lives in different ways. But professional civil society is having a very different experience of this country right now than social movements, activists, and community members are in particularly low-income and impoverished and marginalized communities. And I think that it's not so much that the majority of South Africans don't understand the consequence of everything that's going wrong. It's that there's a lack of the details of what's going wrong. And there's a lack of the details of how bad things really are, within government and all of its structures, and how much the state is falling apart. So I think even for us in this room, I sometimes think that even we are siloed in our thoughts about how bad things are, and that we're all looking very narrowly at one crack in the wall, very deeply and intensely, when there's a multiplicity of cracks and the damn wall is about to break. And so what it looks like is a society that is not only fixated very deeply on our own experience of the crisis. We feel isolated, all of us. We feel helpless, all of us. And we are demobilized, all of us. There's a desperation in this country right now And people feel desperate because we all feel alone. And I think that's our greatest challenge that we face right now as a country. Stem Bete gave a shocking stat about 2 weeks ago when she said on average this year there's been 26 protests a day in South Africa. The country's actually on fire. And that deep sense of despair that we feel when we look at the work that we're doing is only multiplied in other parts of the country where people are less informed about the state of the country, but feeling its consequences much more. And so what does it look like? It looks like a country that I'm starting to make the analogy that perhaps we're in 1985 and we don't realize it. That in fact we are really in the grips of what could easily be a people's state of emergency. But we don't realize it because we have a veneer of democracy that's holding up really by bare skins and strings. And maybe what is needed and what it needs to look like is a lot more cross-pollinated conversations, as Temba has said. We need to be having conversations that actually are attuned to what I call radical solidarity. I think in the 80s, class solidarity was important and possible because the majority of everyone was in the working class. The truth is right now, we are, in this room are the middle class of the society, not the working class. We don't represent the majority. We are barely connected to the majority of people who are affected by this crisis. And so we need a radical solidarity that says we have to break beyond the things that affect us, and we have to break towards the things that affect others more deeply than they affect us. And so I'll say more about the ways I think that we've gotten here and how I think we get out of it as we go in the conversation. But I just want us to sit with the reality that we are in a burning, burning country. We are demobilized, we are isolated, and we do all feel desperate, but we don't know what to do because we can't see each other.
Thank you, Tessa. One of the threads that have run through in terms of, in the last 2 days is precisely, I think, with the point you're pointing towards, that radical solidarity is necessary. But the one thing that we've kept hitting upon is that in order to move things forward, we need to change our politics. And Thandi, I'm going to ask you to just help us think a little bit, start from that point of thinking, what does changing our politics look like? We've talked about Parliament, and the way, I landed at the end of that conversation yesterday, where I landed was thinking, Parliament, perhaps of the three arms of the state, is the most tone deaf, still is to this day. We've talked about the funding of political parties and the way in which that needs to change, but there's a bigger change in our politics that's needed. Where do you think that change is that we need at this point?
So, Mungiseni, I'm not as pessimistic. I'm a constitutionalist, and we live in a world currently where the backlash to constitutionalism is quite profound. From the US, we see the backlash on democracy globally in what we call the context of illiberal democracy. And so being on our continent with the power of our constitution, I do think a lot of change is possible. One of the things that I think is necessary, though, is that we do need to better define what state capture actually is. I think something that has been lost on us is that the broad definition means that we don't know how to monitor intervention. And so broadly, state capture is defined as private interest that significantly influences states' decision-making processes. But we know that this process started as a consequence of a few individuals that we felt influenced the state. We don't really look at the broader implications of private-public partnerships and the implications of that on service delivery and what that then means for deepening systemic inequalities in our country. So something that I think is really important is that we need to start thinking about the implications of state capture on social policy. Good governance does not necessarily mean that we're going to start developing policy that addresses systemic inequalities in our country. And I think that's something that we've really overlooked. We focus a lot on accountability. We focus a lot on political leaders. We don't focus enough on the quality of our social policy, how our budgets are being redistributed, why South Africa remains the most unequal country in the world. And that, of course, reinforces the 26 protests that we see a day. The other thing that I'd like to mention is that we also can't be selective in our approach about who we target when we want to monitor the implications of state capture. Something that we haven't really investigated enough of is what happened to the desalination plants in the Western Cape. 500 million rand was spent on those desalination plants. We're not sure what's happened to them. And so when we think about public-private partnerships and state-owned entities, who are we really focusing on and why? I do think we need to think about the racialized implications of how we monitor corruption in our country. And then lastly, I think if we are able to understand that the state is not a monolith, that we need to start thinking a bit differently about how we monitor human rights implementation in our country. We need to start to understand the state as a social entity. How do people work within the state? Who are the people that have decision-making powers? What are the implications of procurement policies, etc.? These dynamics, I mean, one of our previous speakers spoke about the fact that procurement policies in the state are really difficult for ordinary people to follow. If you're a secretary working for a director and you don't know the implications of not filing your requisitions on time, or that might get you a bad audit rating, what does that then mean for effective governance within our state entities? So I do think we need to focus more on studying the nature of the state and what it means for our democracy in the context of our constitution to advance the goals and objectives and values of our constitutional dispensation. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't put that in your mind. I didn't pay Tandi to say that about how we need to study the state, even though that's what Parry does. Let me open it up. I think we've got about just under 40 minutes. I don't want to stick with the panel too much. I want us to to open up this conversation for all of us to have it. How do we go forward from here? We've asked the panel to just start us off with offering us some provocations. We've heard the provocations. How are they landing for you? Let's hear some thoughts. You've been here for 2 days. What do you think? Where do we go from here? Carol. Okay, I'll give you this.
Thanks very much. It's Carol Payton from News 24. I'd like to hear from the panelists, where will political change come from? What we need is political change. What we have at the moment is every person starting their own political party. Where's change going to come? Or we have the oldies, in Defend Democracy, who have meetings and do nothing. Where will political change come from?
Thanks, Carol. Let's take those two inputs there. Oh, and before we come to you, just a quick note. Riyadh wants us to know that Jeff Wicks's film on Babita Deokaran is now available on News 24 for subscribers at R4 per month. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I want to start from Carol Payton's last point. Who are we or who I am? I'm probably amongst the oldest, and not as old as Judge Crickler, but as older than maybe Dave Lewis. We cut our teeth politically in the early 70s, and I thought maybe we out of steam. And I see amongst here a lot of much younger people with shining intellects, and maybe we need a new kind of activism and a new kind of thinking to kind of grapple with what's required now. But besides that, I made a few other points over the last 2 days. I thought amongst the things that were said here, Michael Sachs said amongst the most profound. I mean, he said that we blame too much on state capture, and I think he's right. The mess that the country is in, and it's not a total mess. I mean, I think there's two big differences between 1985 and now. In 1985, we didn't have a legitimate government. Now we have a government that may have lost its way, but is based on the will of all the people. It's a democratically elected government. It's a government that has delivered on a number of things, but has also gone wrong. And part of the problem is what does change entail, and what does political change entail? When the ANC, because of what it has represented, will continue to be quite strong. I mean, the worst case scenario, I mean, that they're saying, they will get below 50, but over 40. So what does that mean politically? And how should we, and who are we? I mean, some of us belong to the ANC, we belong to civil society, but civil society isn't, I think Tessa is right, we have professional civil society. A civil society comprised of 9 to 11 full-time staff, a board of 14 to 15 people, donor-driven largely. They're not community-based organizations. They're not the organizations we had in the 70s and 80s on the basis of which we got 1994 together. You know, it was that generation that brought 1994. And we may be a new generation to emerge from the fire we are in. I mean, the oldies may have a role to play, but not the role they played in the 70s and 80s. I mean, I can't see myself, playing the role. I mean, I remember someone saying in the 80s, we had asked people in the 50s we considered to be older. We took them away from their homes and from the factories. We got them to organize civics in the evening. I mean, they had a full-time job, and they worked after that. Do we have a generation like that? Do we have our youth? And by youth, I mean anyone between over the age of 18 to 52. Do they have that kind of energy? A full-time job and able 52. To organize after that. House meetings, going to the community, organizing meetings. We need that kind of activism to get us again. And from the old generation, the only active generation I see around the country is the active citizens movement who are able to do something. And we need that kind of active citizenry to keep and, in a sense, take us to a new direction. Thanks, Chair.
Hi, I'm Tsukuru Mureng. I'm an attorney at the Legal Resources Center. I would just like the panelists, any of the panelists, to just reflect on the strategies that civil society have adopted thus far, whether they have been successful or not, and if they have not been successful, why do they need to change, and if they do need to change, to what needs to be done for the strategies to be done better? So yeah, it's somewhat linked to the previous comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a comment from an online participant.
Sure. Reading a question from Pops Rampasad online. He says, I feel the despair, but as a civil society activist, we dare not drop our guard. I'm concerned of the influence political party office bearers may have on civil society organizations. Can the panel offer a view on how we can entangle, or I suppose disentangle, their influence from the work that we do, which should and must not be aligned to any political party?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Riyad, let's get you there.
Quick couple of things. I do think, a couple of points that made by the panel really hit me, and that is, it is a very different existence to what the majority of us live in the room live compared to the majority of people in the country. Certainly myself, I invested in solar energy a few years ago, so I'm one of the lucky ones. Where I live is not particularly affected badly by water, but what I do think has changed, and something Simon Eppel raised today in an earlier panel, is the level of the crisis is becoming much more intense, and it's beginning to affect middle-class residents severely. And we've got the prospect, once again, I think, of our resourced elements in society coming together with our township-based and rural communities to begin to envision something else. But a political imagination is required in that exercise. And I think, you know, the one other thing is, you know, we were saying, you know, what are we going to be doing in the run-up to the election? It's around the corner. What can we do together? The group I was with Monday and Tuesday were saying, well, Section 24, the right to a clean environment, should be Election 24. The right to water and so on. Now, these things, and I think it's true of Section 25, Section 26 and so on, we can make, I think, hay there. And we will get some resonance, and we can begin to force some level of accountability amongst the candidates and the numerous and diverse people who are standing. So that's the one thing. But I do want to mention something on the desalination plants on the Western Cape, because it relates to Section 24. You know, huge expense to set them up. They were disassembled before the contract time ran out. Why was that? You know, I've looked at the figures of the water that was produced. It was because our wastewater treatment sites and other forms of pollution going out from the rivers into the ocean were creating algae blooms, and therefore reduced the amount of water, making the 48 cents what it normally costs per litre, 4 times the amount the dams cost us, to be completely unsustainable. You know, our destruction of our natural environment is also our destruction of our ability to actually even go into desalination. So I think that raises the final point, and I think I want the panel to address that, is what they're now calling the polycrisis. Something's been popularized from the Davos Forum, how these various crises are coming together to compound the very serious issues we're now facing.
Thank you. Let's come back to the panel for some reaction. Tessa, we'll start with you and we'll come to Thandi, and then Themba, and then Nishan.
Sure. So I put my notes away because this is not the conversation I expected today. So let's go. So the question about where is the political change going to come from? That is going to come from courageous conversations in rooms like this. Because I can tell you the courageous conversations happening in communities that are hardest hit by this is already happening, and that's why you're seeing 300 plus political parties. Because people are willing to politically organize themselves in communities that are hardest hit. Where I'm struggling for us to have the political conversations are in rooms like this, particularly in civil society and business rooms, where there seems to be kind of a block in the air every time we want to have a political conversation. And there's a lack of courage amongst us. There's a lack of courage for us to say what we really think. We're whispering a lot in corridors, guys. We're whispering a lot in corridors and saying things we're not willing to say on platforms in corridors. And until there's courage in rooms like this, and particularly in civil society rooms like this and business rooms like this, where our proximity to power is very, very, very close. Because that's part of the issue, is that we are in rooms where we are one dial away from a minister and a president. And so we're all thinking about the consequence of what happens if I speak up. In communities, that's not the case. And that's why you see over 300 political parties. The country is more ready than we are. And what's needed in order for the kind of moment that you're talking about, Ghulam, in the 80s, is not for organizers and communities to be ready. Organizing communities is happening. What the difference in 1985 and 1983 and 1980s was courageous leadership amongst people who had resource and the network to bring people together to do that and call out a political plan of action. And so when you ask what happens between now and 2024, we must decide what happens between now and 2024. Are we able to say in this room what needs to happen? Should the ANC stay or go? What do we do with the DA? What do we make of the EFF? What do we make of the 300 plus parties that are going to be on that ballot? Can we have a political conversation? And if we can't, then we cannot lead society anywhere. And what will happen is we will continue to have these pockets of discontent blow up community after community, while people look up to us and wait for those of us who have resources, because people are doing this without resources. People are starting entire political parties without any resources in communities. Those of us with resources, those of us with access, those of us with networks that can bring rooms like this together are going to need to do something. Because people who are trying to do something without resources are getting told literally by business units, we cannot fund voter registration without a political principle giving a nod. Voter registration. That's where we are. So there are people and there are civil society organizations that are having conversations about just 3 things towards the 2024 election. And this is even below the bar of having outright conversations about what should happen to which political parties and why. 1, mass voter registration needs to be funded and driven by civil society, regardless of who people vote for. Because, to Gulam's point, the last thing that we have right now to hold on to is the legitimacy of an election. And at our last election in 2021, less than 30% of people who were over the age of 18 showed up. So even that is starting to lose its legitimacy. If we don't get people to show up, we will have a government that will be chosen by the political parties on the ballot and them only. And the legitimacy will be down the toilet. The second thing is we must protect the integrity of that vote next year, and we must not take for granted that if people can use the same office to steal to the bone, that they will not steal an election. We cannot take that for granted anymore. We've seen too much go wrong. And the third thing is we do need to decide what are our demands to the people who want our vote. What are the demands we're willing to make? And how are we going to make sure that they live up to those demands the day after that election? There are more people who are not aligned to political parties than those who are. It is those people who need to win the election in 2024, and that's where political change will come from, the voters.
Can you pass that down this way to Tandy? Tandy, you declared that you are a constitutionalist. And we're having this conversation also in a context where the Constitution comes under attack quite often. So respond in that context, please.
Well, I'm a critical constitutionalist. Well, something that I think we focus a lot on is the process of voting and who we're going to vote for, and I think that is important. But what I'm very concerned about is governance itself. I wonder about what happens when people actually take up office, when they actually have to work in administration, and they're not really mentored in order to take up those positions. I've worked in institutions where private sector appointments come in and they say, oh, you know, the state is so terrible, we can fix it overnight. And invariably, people last 6 months, and then the response is, you know, it's just so dysfunctional, we can't fix it. But it's actually a process. You need to learn about governance as a skill. It's not something that you just do overnight to fix the state. Secondly, I think the other problem is that, you know, South Africa forms part of a global context. We don't focus enough on the role of international organizations on our policy making, the role of external actors and the influences that they have on the direction that our country takes with our development policy, the nature of the power dynamics between global North and South relations, and where South Africa fits in with all those dynamics for us to be where we are domestically. I think something that we really need to start doing less of is looking inward and start understanding that we form part of a global context, and we're currently in a global crisis, both with respect to democracy, with violence and conflict, with environmental degradation, and we are going to start feeling more and more of that impact. With respect to the SDGs or for just transition, I think at least 40% of the resources are going to come from our continent for the global north to meet their environmental justice demands. What does it mean for us? What does it mean for our workers? What does it mean for our industries? What does it mean for our companies? What does it mean for employment? And what does it mean for youth unemployment? I mean, we live on a continent where 2/3 of our population are under the age of 30, and they play no role in our political decision-making processes or our policy-making processes. And that is a real problem. And so to go back to the 80s, I do come from a UDF family, and the majority of people that were conscientized were from the time they were 13, they were already involved in some form of political activity, but they were also respected as leaders of that political activity. They were not shut down or told to respect authority or seniorization of authority. So we really need to start thinking about how we do intergenerational collaboration more, and that we learn from our elders as much as we're able to question them. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Themba, I mean, there's a concern that we might be focusing too much on state capture, when actually the crisis we should be putting our focus on is much bigger than that. And I mean, I want to put this question in this way. The discourse on state capture, the work of the Zondo Commission have given us an entry point. Are we then still focusing too much on state capture? Do we need to move on to hold a different kind of conversation? What do you think?
No, I don't think we should move on, because many of the challenges, and I'm linking this point to something else I want to say, I think there's a convergence of discontent in the country. The poor are worried about what they're going to have for dinner tonight, where they're going to sleep, are they going to have water, jobs, take kids to school, all of those realities. The middle class, those of us around the room, would be concerned about load shedding, would concerned about lack of water in our communities. So the level of discontent is no longer isolated to one class of society or one community. All of us are actually feeling the pinch. And what's missing is actually leadership that could come from here, but also leadership that will enable society to link that day-to-day experiences to something such as state capture. Because state capture is about corruption, those in power stealing resources that are meant to provide those services to communities that are keeping us awake at night. So, I mean, to quote what Pravin Koran used to say, our failure to connect the dots, because a lot of these things are linked. State capture, poverty, poor service delivery, you can actually bring it down to state capture. So unless we have a good and better understanding of the conditions that led to state capture and the impact of state capture on our lives. So we cannot say state capture debate is over. It's actually with us, and chances are that it's likely to be with us for many decades to come, unless we come up with ideas in rooms such as this one about what needs to be done to prevent further occurrence of state capture in our society. Remember that when the Zondo Commission was taking place, there were state capture projects that were unfolding during the commission. The Zondo Commission only focused on one aspect of state capture. It never looked at what's happening at provincial level. It never looked at, most importantly, at what is happening at local government, where municipalities are being captured by corrupt business people who are conniving with politicians and local government officials to steal resources of the public, not of the state. So I think that it would be a mistake for us to say we're focusing too much on state capture, because state capture is essentially about a form of corruption that has put us where we are, where the state does not have capacity at all to deliver services to communities. Where is this change going to come from, though? There's a question posed by Carol. I think that the change is going to come from the bottom. So there's convergence. Many citizens in this country who are sitting here are unhappy, but they're failing to see or connect the links between what's happening at government level, the corruption, state capture that is continuing to this day. and their day-to-day lived experiences. That's the problem. And unless we find ways of getting young people, the unemployed, the poor, and also you mentioned the working class working people, unless they begin to understand that, in fact, a lot of their day-to-day problems have everything to do with corruption, or we may use the phrase state capture. So we need to find ways of better mobilizing those communities. And that's why I bring the question of leadership, because what happened after 1994 is that we sort of surrendered our role as activists to politicians, because a perception was created that when you elect people to parliament, they will solve our problems. So the past 25 years have demonstrated to us that if you just think that by casting a vote, your life will change, you're making a mistake. You need to find ways of remaining involved and making sure that those you choose as your leaders actually serve your interests. At this stage, the people who are in political organizations, most of them, are actually looking after their own interests and not the interests of citizens. So our role as activists in civil society is to actually go back to communities to organize them. Change did not come in this country because of political parties or political organizations. It came because the ordinary citizens said enough is enough. Today, how many of us have access to talking to youngsters, the unemployed, working people, to say, our country is going the wrong direction, what are we going to do about it? Are we using the correct platforms to make sure that we reach out to those communities? So as she said, my colleague, fellow panelists has said, all of us are operating in silos. The question to the point about strategies for civil society. We're operating in silos. We're silent on issues affecting our citizens on a day-to-day basis. And a lot of our strategies tend to focus on the middle classes, the educated, people such as ourselves. So we are talking to ourselves and not talking to citizens who could actually make the change. So the major change that needs to happen is to begin to make sure that our strategies as civil society talk to the challenges facing our citizens, and also beginning to not just organize protests. I think protests are important, but we need to begin to put alternatives on the table to say, these are the changes we are going to fight for. As people are thinking about voting in the elections next year, we should be posing questions to say, make an informed choice about where you're going to put your X. Because a lot of people just say, I'm going to vote for the party that I've always voted for, and not linking that to the fact that they are suffering on a day-to-day basis. So educate the citizens to say, as you're standing in those long queues to cast your vote, be sure about what exactly you are voting for and which party you think is closer to what your interests are as citizens. And I think that's what the issue of mobilizing society becomes very important. And that's the role I think civil society needs to do more, to just make sure that we find resources to educate our communities and our societies.
Thank you. Sean, let's come to you. Are we too cozy with power? And does defend our democracy just speak and do no more?
Yeah, no, well, Defend Our Democracy can answer that, I think, misplaced view. Because the Defend Our Democracy that I know has an incredibly number of young people who lead it today. So maybe Carol is talking about some other movement that I'm not aware of. And perhaps it's a mistake on our part not to have sent the briefings to her. I generally think that civil society has been doing a lot of work. You know, there's the procurement working group, the state capture working group, OUTA, PARI, KSEC, Whistleblower House, Unite Behind, Freedom Under Law, the Council of Churches, media. And our work relates to advocacy, policy reform, litigation, research, publications, training, education. But the last time that we had more than 10,000 people out onto the streets was 2017. And that's where our weaknesses are. And because we've stopped doing that, you create the environment for those who feel that being implicated in state capture or in the Zondo Commission is nothing to be ashamed of. So they're emboldened. They go to the churches, the mosques, the temples, and they're treated as celebrities. They're actually treated as celebrities. And now they get appointed to boards because there's a feeling that nobody's going to object. I asked Dave, I said, Makura had set up a Gauteng ethics committee. Did this ethics committee deal with this issue? He says they are going to deal with it. And it's happening across the board. Because as much as we do good work, we are also weak at communicating, at trying to figure out what can we do collectively. And that's our biggest weakness. We all want our limelight. We all have to please our donors. But we don't talk about what we must do collectively. And then we have forums like this, very useful. But even out of a forum like this, when we leave, we will not have one thing that we will have in common that we must act on tomorrow. And that's a weakness. It's a weakness when we spend time and money like this and we can't come out of here and say, what do we do? Now, even if we were to go from here tomorrow and say, every organization, take the Babita Deokaran documentary and screen it. We've done this in communities across this province. The last one was in Tembisa. A huge hall full of young people, but also teachers and people from the police station, and some from the hospital. And for many, it was the first time that they understood what was happening in the hospital. They couldn't draw the links. And that's the other issue. We must not assume that people understand the details of what has happened in state capture. It has been an overwhelming amount of information. And I don't think many of us here can name the culprits. I don't think we can even recognize them if we see them. More so for people who are not dealing with this on a day-to-day basis. So I think that there is scope for civil society to actually go and do grassroots work. If each and every one of us were to say, I'm adopting a particular area, and if there's a common agenda to deal with how we educate and mobilize around corruption and state capture, then we would be able to do that. But many are 9-to-5 organizations, Monday to Friday. I think 2 last points. I'm not one that wants to say, because of my gray beard, I must take a backseat role. I think I'm trying to find the words, but I think it's wrong to say that young people who might not have created the mess must now come and fix it up. I work with young people every day, and I think maybe that gives me the energy to match them. But I think we have a huge responsibility to match their energy and not to recede into the background and sit on our couches or on social media. The absence of victories demoralizes. But yeah, unite behind. Scored, I think some people might say it's not important, but a very significant victory to get Tipo Peters banned. Now, okay, she gets banned for a single term in Parliament. There's no monetary loss and whatever else. But it is a significant victory that the Ethics Committee was forced to deal with this thing. We don't celebrate it. We don't replicate it. I think just to end, we're doing work around the city of Joburg. 2 big public convenings have happened in the last 3 months. I am amazed at just the degree of organizations, suburban areas. It is just mind-blowing how people have organized. And when they get into a room and look at the commonality of experience of not having water, rich, white, black, white, rich, poor, across geography, it suddenly comes to mind that they need to now act against a municipality that is dysfunctional and that needs to be changed. And I think we must find the common ground that brings people together continuously to tackle these issues. There is not a shortage of issues. There's a shortage of leaders who can bring people together and dump some of the narrow ideological dogmas that sometimes inhibit us from doing what is required. Thanks.
Thank you. We are down to the last 5 minutes, and I'm going to take 2 more comments from the floor, and that will bring us to the end of our time. David, and one more. LaRue.
Thanks. You know, I think that the difference between Gurham's 1980s and now is not in the bravery of the leaders, but in the fact that in the 1980s we had a route to political power. We the first and second tier, and maybe further tiers below, of the UDF were all ANC leaders, and the UDF was the above ground organization of the ANC, and we knew that we were going to get political power out of our activity, or at least that's what we were fighting for. Now, even though I have many ministers on my telephone connection and whatever, I feel very distant from power, much more distant than I did or me and my comrades did then, even though I was never particularly enamored of the ANC, I'll say in my defense. But where is the route to political power now? It's not in the 2024 election. I mean, I'll go to the 2024 election and I'll vote for a splinter party of some sort as a kind of protest vote, but there is no access to the 3 main political parties in the country, not to the ANC, not to the EFF, and not to the DA. And there's particularly no access for young people. I mean, their youth organizations are, if anything, more venal and corrupt than their mother bodies. So I think, I mean, and following Shan, I think the seminal election that is coming is not the 2024 election, it's the 2026 election. And it seems to me that there's time and there's space to organize the kind of alliances that Shan is talking about that would allow us to capture political power and aim for that and galvanize people around that in Johannesburg, in Ekurhuleni, particularly in the big metros. And with access to that kind of political power, you can leverage that up into the provinces, into the nationals, and eventually into either working with one or other of these splinter political parties who seem more hopeful, or new political parties can be formed, or even maybe the existing political parties can be transformed, which I'm not hell of optimistic about. But it's that access to political power that now, that in 1980s wasn't closed, in fact it was wide open, and now seems very, very closed. And I think that 2026 election, particularly as we have 2 years to do something about it, is, I think, really going to be the make or break moment in a new politics.
Thanks. I think we have to thank Pari and Kasak for keeping the Zondo report alive over the last 2 days, and there's been a lot of interesting talk about what's already been done and what can still be done in that regard. I think one of the disappointments was the direct recommendation to be more constituency based in the elections, in our electoral system. And that has been sidestepped and ignored. I mean, they brought in independence, which was not really part of Zondo recommendations anyway. But to hold political representatives accountable and a constituency base was just totally ignored. So we will move into a next election without that again. And I think I like what Tessa said about there's certain things that you don't have to argue about. Voter registration, everybody should be promoting that over the next few months. Similarly, protecting the integrity of the election. The worst possible outcome can be a disputed one, where we are in war about what the outcome might be. But I'm not, I think what is so different from 85 is there will be an election next year. And somewhere in May, every one of us will walk into a voting booth. And you'll have a choice in front of you. And you can vote for the same if you want the same for the next 5 years. Or if you're desperate, you can vote for something worse. Or you can try and vote for something better. And I think, Dave, we have to forget that there will be a prominent political party that will take us into a glowing future. We are in for coalition politics. So you have to vote for what you think can deliver for you. Just looking around, you can vote for better service delivery. There are examples. You can vote for less unemployment. There are examples. You can vote for better governance. There are examples. And it'll be your choice. And then once we voted, we'll have to see that we keep those people accountable. In the same way that we do now, but at least we should vote. And vote for change. Because otherwise we will be really foolish. Thanks.
Thank you. So we've come to the end of our time. Thank you for those last comments. Okay, Tessa wants to have a final comment. You have 1 minute, Tessa.
There was this kind of pessimism about 24 that I felt coming from that comment. And for me, 24 is not the beginning, it's not the end, it's the beginning. But we must not miss the opportunity to start mobilizing. Building power is going to take a long time. But what I worry about is if we don't build any power towards 2024 and we allow people just to collapse into despair, that's even more dangerous. It will take us much longer. People will start to lose faith in the entirety of the democratic edifice for sure. And so I think 2024, that's why I say for me, 2024 is the voters' election. The voter must win. The voter must feel like the voter has done something. We take all of this polling for granted, and we assume we know it's going to be 40% or 30% or whatever. My hope for the 2024 election is that the voter completely throws the entire apple cart up. And everything we think we know, we don't, because voters show up for themselves in ways that we don't see coming. It's like a protest, but at the polls.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking this panel for a stimulating discussion. And let me end off by inviting all of you to join us for a drink, if you can, and also with some thank yous as well. So thank you very much to KSAC, Lawson, and the team for partnering with PARI on this conference. We're hoping that, of course, the conversation continues, and we'll be talking about how do we go from here. Thank you very much to all of you, of course, for being here. And I want to just particularly thank my colleagues who've made this possible. So Sarah, Devi, Vishanti, Refilwe, Pamela, who's outside, Madania, outside as well, and Federica, who's also been helping with running the mics. And thank you guys from Solid Gold for a wonder with the electricity glitches and everything, for being able to keep us all going. So thank you, and of course Lindiwe, thank you very much for keeping us all together for the last 2 days. So again, thank you. Join us for a drink, and we will be
consolidating this discussion, and we'll be circulating a report again after this. I also want to just mention, with the way forward, I want to mention an event that's taking place. The National Anti-Corruption Council has just sent out an invitation to a national dialogue on anti-corruption. And if, Devi, can you remind me the dates? I think it's the 8th and the 9th of November. David, oh, of course, you're right here. we're 8th and the 9th of November. So there is going to be a national anti-corruption dialogue that the National Anti-Corruption Council is convening. So we hope to see many of you there. And once again, thank you very much.